everyone. My name's Brian. That's my brother Adam. We're the Factional Fight Brothers. We are back in Wurm Online. We are excited to get one day closer to Christmas, to the holidays. One day closer to Adam getting a decent computer. How's that going, Adam?
It's not really going, except for, I got a bunch of parts, but the main parts, those ones are taking a little bit of time.
Just because they're out of stock, I guess, the parts that you want.
Completely out of stock, yeah. They're completely out of stock. It's impossible to get any of the new graphics cards or any of the new processors. So,
right. So because
aside
of that,
from those two pieces,
we had to keep off this week again Adam's snap camera filters just because it crashes his computer currently.
Speaking of which, somehow OBS is closed, so give me a second. I might be lagging here.
Alright, so we are back in Wurm. This week we are going to continue our journey of creating Adam's Smithery. We are getting ready, we're preparing our tools, which you can see Adam doing right now. You have us, we're going to be making the mats. I believe Adam had already started making the mats. Was that right?
Yep.
You had started to make Drogos.
Hey, Drogos.
Thank you for the raid. How are you doing? Thanks for the raid.
And good morning. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. And Dude Jensen.
Oh, Dude Jensen.
Thank you so much. Am I lagging here? Is my voice?
Yeah, give us a little time. We're a little rusty. How are you guys doing? Tuxie, Allery, Donut Kebab, Sergeant Scully, how are you doing? And of course, Esham.
And Alari Malar, how's it going? Welcome on in. Welcome to the stream. Dalraced.
I'm gonna turn on the desktop audio because for some reason that's off. Keep it low here.
And I just want to make sure that I'm coming through okay. Is it? Am I lagging on your end, Brian?
You're coming through okay. Yeah, everybody can hear Adam all right. How you doing, Dalraced? How's everybody doing this weekend? You guys playing, able to play some Wurm Online, hopefully? We are definitely trying to play our Wurm Online. So again, last couple weeks ago, we have been planning building a house right on this sort of spot here, and Adam had the problem of not liking the fact that the bridge that would go from this level here to the house that will eventually be built on the second floor, there'll be a bridge going there, and that it was going to be a bridge that was like instead of flat like this, it was going to be something like this. So like instead of flat, so it was just like that. So he didn't like that, the fact that it was just going to be slightly ajar. And so we had dug down this whole area. I don't know, like 8, 9 points. I don't know, it was a lot of points. And we dug them down to the bottom, to rock, and then we got rid of that. If the music is loud, yeah, let us know. I'll just keep adjusting it until we're good here.
And Dude Jensen, you're busy in Wurm at the Impalong, at the Lunalong. Awesome. Yeah, there's a Impalong going on, being run by Draka. Now we felt like, because we are on the new servers now, our characters on the old servers aren't even premium, and we haven't played their file. We debated on whether or not we would go to the Impalong, but in the end we decided we'll probably, you know, we would definitely bring them if we could bring these characters. That's for sure.
How is the Impalong
But alas,
going?
we cannot.
Who's over at the Impalong? It's just you, Do Jensen, anybody else over there? And how's the Impalong going? And how's the music, Tuxie? You'll have to let us know. I lowered it a bit.
I am finding I am lagging a little bit. Are you? Is after hearing me?
It does sound a little bit laggy. 40 people right now. Is there enough stuff to imp over there? And Tyrannus Gaming, how are you doing? So yeah, so that's our plan today, is to make sure that the house gets put up to Adam's specifications, and then we'll start building it. Adam has made some mortar, I believe the other day, maybe yesterday. You must have placed it in one of these BSBs. Let's take a look at what we got to work with. 674 mortar. And now we have to look at the bricks. Do you know what kind of house that you want? I don't think we ever talked about it. Are you wanting a specific type of brick, I'm assuming?
I was thinking that we should just stick with the regular brick.
Okay.
Yeah. I thought through all the possible options, and at least for the bottom level, and like, I'm feeling the bottom level should be 2 levels. So like with vaulted ceilings.
Okay, so we do have some stone shards in here. Looks like we've got about 300 stone bricks. That's a good start. Anything else in these BSBs? Yeah. Nice. Oh no, Adam's coughing. Serotonin.
No, I think that's more just, it's more just sort of waking up. So
17 priests in the sermon queue. Wow. Wow, dude, Jen. So that's crazy.
That is crazy. Considering
half the people there
17
are priests.
Yeah.
So Tyrannus Gaming, you were looking at the PvP part of Wurm, and like, how's that going? You're finding the Factional Fight YouTube channel pretty informational. Well, thank you. I'm not sure if some of those old videos still have information that are relevant. I assume most of it's still relevant, but yeah, it's been a lot of videos over there that you could take a look at. Not a lot about PvP though, although there are some transferable skills there. Anytime somebody coughs, I think everybody has that feeling now. Like, remember the days where you could walk in crowds? Yeah. Remember the days where you could like open up a door and not think twice about it?
One of the first things that happened to me during this whole ordeal, this was back in March. It's like I was holding a door, and I was holding it for somebody, and that person refused to go through the door. It was like, no, you go in first. I'll go in after you. Right. That makes sense.
Oh, donut kebab. As a German, you feel slightly offended. That you don't meet anybody, or that nobody wants to be close to you? Because that's just happening everywhere. Yeah, I was thinking about it. So like where I work, I work in a giant office building in downtown Toronto. And they're, at first, when the coronavirus hit, they weren't talking really about us staying home yet, because it wasn't really close enough to Toronto at first. But as soon as it got close, and they shut it down, and they were thinking, okay, maybe like a month or so we'll stay home. And we're all thinking in our head, well, in order to get into our office building, you'd have to like go through 2 different doors that you'd have to open up with your hands, make it to the elevator, cram into an elevator of like, it's always busy, like 20 people. like cramming into the elevator while people are waiting outside the elevator just to make it up. It still takes 10-15 minutes to get up to your floor, and then somehow make it through another set of doors to make it into your area. And then there's like one washroom for the whole floor. There's just no way that they could figure that out, and they didn't. They shut it all down.
Yep.
But
pretty quick. You were working from home.
I've been working from home since March, so it's been a lot of months. A lot of months, and they even closed down that building that we were working in. Like they transferred everybody out of it, even though we weren't there, so they could stop paying for the real estate. All right, so enough about coronavirus. That's not why we're here. Let's look at Wurm, where coronavirus doesn't exist. I'm gonna make sure that some water. Let's have a drink. That our area is good to go. And so what are you up to, Adam? You're up to making some tools for us, is that right?
Right. Just before this, we realized that we did not have trowels. And so I'm imping some trowels.
All right, well, I'll finish chopping down this tree. And serotonin, we are on Melody right now. And Adam, like Drogos is doing, he's working on the fort. Wait, what are you looking at? Oh, I see. You're in third person view, looking back. There you are.
Yep.
We are by our deed by Saf. We are. Adam's been working a lot on that kingdom deed.
Mm-hmm.
I almost feel like Drogos, and I don't know how we'll do that, but I could alter the Adam cam, especially once he gets his new computer, with the new, what do you want to call it? That OBS Ninja feature website that we found. We could probably make Adam's camera bigger so we can actually see the items on his screen, but I'll have to figure out how exactly we'll do that without blowing up his new computer or my computer. So you said a couple things. Adam did an experiment. He put horseshoes on his hell horses here. Which one? On your cart, I'm assuming?
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's take a look.
And these are blank hell horses with no traits, like wild ones.
Blank hell horses, and the cart is going 20.87. Oh, I see an 8.8.
Insane, eh?
Wow. Blank hell horses with some. What are the?
I don't know. I think they're mid-range, like 50s, maybe 60s. 50
so
quality, 50 WA.
Are doing that much because of two things. One, okay, the quality, which is not that high, 50 quality, but it's the WOA, which are also in the 50s. One of them's low 60. Isn't that crazy? And it's because the hell horses, they just have a max speed. That's it. They just go that speed. So if you notice when I start, it's just, whereas normal horses have a range of speeds due to, I'm assuming, the traits, the buff traits that can trigger every now and then. Whereas I guess as we breed hell horses and get them with traits, we have the ability to make them go faster, or to have those speed buffs, trigger them. Let's take a look. I think it was the other week. Wow, the other week we had helped bring this down, and now look at this. This was almost the same level as this basically up here, and now we're looking at 52 slope down here, 72 slope down here, and you had brought this side completely down. Wow.
Yeah, we did a lot of work on it.
How much time did this take with you?
Well, last week we were working on it together, right? Like not last week, but 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
When we were streaming. So you kind of saw it then, and we were kind of just getting started then. So it's been since, it's been 2 weeks. I've been chipping away at it here and there. Kat's also had her characters out there a bunch. And when she had all 3 of her characters doing at the same time, it was really making huge dents. Still a ways to go, though. I'd say we're halfway, a little bit past halfway, maybe.
I mean, you can kind of see here that this would be the middle. Like right here would be the middle of the kingdom, whereas this way, the way the kingdom works is that in the middle there's like sort of like a cross, and that cross is basically down, or plus. It's basically down to the water so that boats can sail in. So from this direction, boats will be able to sail in. From that direction, the same thing. And then there would be 4 corners. Each one, you can kind of see the shape of it here. Each corner will have a bunch of buildings on it, creating that giant effect of that sand kingdom from the trailer. So yeah, we're getting there. This side, I guess, would be the last one, I can't see why we couldn't start this side. Bring this down a little bit, maybe 20.
We could.
20 down, maybe 40
I think it's a matter of just one thing at a time.
In and out, yeah. Just as the idea of not blocking this place off from anything. Whoa. Did not see that coming. All right. So that's what Adam's been doing the last bunch of weeks. But today,
I mean, it's really been helping my mining. It's really been helping my mining.
That's good. How is your mining doing?
I got a rare roll on the trowel that I failed to improve for. So.
Oh yeah, Sergeant Scully activating the weekly mystery face. Yeah, so every single week up until Christmas, we'll have a Christmas themed filter. I wish Adam could join in if his computer just didn't die.
Yep,
his computer.
I mean, it's dying right now. I think I'm gonna have to turn off Xander.
It's not too bad as far as your voice is concerned.
Okay, as long as it's not too bad. I am hearing crackling on my end, so...
Yeah, it's not great, but, it's not bad. But back to the house. So you want a floor of just stone. Have you figured out the layout that you want? Because I can go and start it.
Right.
Do we have...
I think something like the layout that I showed last week.
That's good enough.
I can't... There's not really much options really there in that spot. It's only 2 tiles wide.
Let me load
the
up
bottom is going to be like a hallway. I was kind of thinking putting arches facing outwards on the first floor.
Okay.
And, putting like maybe the chain fence or something similar to that. So it's like open. And that way, when you're walking along that hallway there, it's going to be nice and open on the facing the shore. And the other way could be just, as we mentioned, storage or...
Storage, yeah.
We can use that stage for pretty much whatever we want. And then upstairs, there's going to be like the bridge to a landing. And the landing is going to have all my...
A little bit.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
let me finish this stuff here. And I'll log off Xander and I'll fix it.
But yesterday, you were playing yesterday and you were doing the mining and you were doing praying on Xander, on your priest, and you were saying that you kept getting rare rolls. What did you tell me? You said, this is like the day of rare rolls. Or did anybody else find that was playing yesterday that they were getting a lot of rare rolls? Or is that just specific to Adam's character?
Yeah, like yesterday, I think I got 7 rare rolls between my 2 tunes. And that's definitely a record for me. I've never gotten 7 rare rolls in one day before. Like there was once where it was like one of my characters got a rare roll, and then about a minute later, the other character got a rare roll. What sucks is that the whole day I didn't get a single rare, aside from a couple rare shards.
How many rare rolls did you get, do you feel?
I think I got 7 in total.
7 rare rolls and not a single rare item. That's
well,
useful.
I was far. So the thing is it's what you're doing during the day that is going to determine whether or not you're going to get a useful rare. So the first bunch of rare rolls were happening while I was farming, so I was just tending to the fields, and I was also imping fish keep nets to get my rope making up.
Yeah.
Now, the rare roll on the fish keep net did not turn it rare, so it was a successful imp, but did not turn it rare. And then I went to a surface mine, so I got maybe 3 more rare rolls there. Got a couple shards that were rare. And Xander was praying, and he got a couple rares there as well. So yeah, that was it.
I actually got a rare roll. I didn't play too much yesterday, but I got a rare roll when I was chopping down the forest.
Oh, okay.
On just
Did
a
you get a
tree
rare log?
that didn't. No, the tree didn't fall.
So it was a mid chop, one of those.
It was a mid chop one.
Yep. And Dalrace is saying that he got a rare bone the other day, and someone got a rare supreme bone yesterday. Crazy.
Wow. But then you told me that you were watching a stream, and they were having a debate about rare roll chances, and I realized, okay, for all those people that join the game in July, maybe they see the rare rolls happening, they see that something's taking place, but they don't, and they might kind of understand it, but maybe there's a lot of people that just don't understand what these rare rolls are or what they do completely, and it gives us the chance of actually talking about it today, and providing our perspective on it. So what do you say, Adam?
Yeah, definitely. I know that we did at some point, maybe a couple months ago, have a whole segment on rares, how to make them, what they are. But it's been a while since then. We were doing that bit specifically because the Steam launch just happened. We were anticipating a bunch of new players in the game. But I've also noticed a bunch of new players joining recently. It's sort of been a steady stream of new players I've noticed. And so I thought, because this topic came up again on the forums and it was quite a hot topic about rarity, we might want to refresh the whole idea about what a rare is and how to get it. And if you want to make your own rares, what do you do, right? I don't know how many of you guys have spent time doing rare making, because there are things that you could do to make a rare.
Well, let's start back in the early years of 2012. We started playing, and rares didn't actually exist at the time. I kind of remember we were still at Puzzles, our first deed, and they introduced a patch where rares existed. I believe I was building the first labyrinth, and I remember logging in. Rares all of a sudden came into the game, and we started getting rolls. At the time, I believe it was just the sound, that drum sound that happens every time you do a roll. There wasn't any visual cue or anything. And it was interesting to finally get the first item rare and having it turn blue and kind of understanding what it was. All we kind of knew was that if your item turned blue or light blue or purple, you know, that tool was better than your non-purple tool in some ways. And we kind of understood what it was doing and what it, like, kind of, but hey cats, let's clear the air here. So I get a rare tool. How is that better than my tool that's not rare? What does that tool do for me?
Right. I remember, like, it took a while for people to figure out all the benefits of the rares. At first it didn't seem like there was that much. I remember my first rare was a rare horseshoe. I ended up selling it because I had no idea what it was, and I was a new player, and somebody gave me 5 silver for it, which was pretty decent. Although I realized shortly after that at that point in time, the rares were really valuable. I could have probably gotten double that. And I still had no idea what it did. Turns out each rare is different in terms of the benefits that it gives you, and it depends on what type of item it is.
Mm-hmm.
When it came to that horseshoe, there is a small speed bonus that the rare horseshoe does give to the horse that you put it on. And the same will go for saddles and other horse gear that normally increases their speed. So I guess that's just horseshoes and saddles. Whereas if you had a rare, let's say, what's that thing? Bridle? The thing that goes around the...
Yeah.
Like a rare bridle won't do it. That literally doesn't do anything. It doesn't improve the performance of the horse any. It doesn't improve the performance of the bridle any, which I think is only really used to lead the horse. But all rares, whether or not they are useful or not, glow when you look at them. And they made a update not that long ago that made it so that when you equip an item that's rare, it also will glow. So if you equip the bridle that's rare on your horse, you will see it shimmering. So there's that visual benefit.
So the first benefit is that items that are rare glows.
Yeah, they glow. And each level of rarity has a different glow to it. I think if it's rare, it glows like a silvery. And Backstabs, welcome. Thanks for the follow. So yeah, the blue rares, they just glow like a silvery glow. A Supreme will have a blue tinge to it, and the Fantastics will have like a purple tinge to the glow.
Backstabs, you're a new player, and our videos are great. Well, thanks. Thanks for watching our videos.
Mm-hmm.
And glad that you got to catch one of our streams for sure.
Like, where are you? Are you out by the house there?
Yeah, I'm thinking this is what you want. I'm not sure.
Okay. Because I have a rare unfinished barrel here that I have yet to finish because I'm still debating on what wood type I want it to be. I don't know, and so it's just sort of stayed here unfinished. But
you can down to a few different wood types.
I'm thinking it's either going to be walnut, because I really like that dark color that you get out of a walnut, or oak, because oak gives it a nice rustic look. Mm-hmm. Or maybe applewood, because that has a nice bright color to it that I like. I don't know. It's hard to say. I might also end up selling it. I'm not sure if I want to keep it. I'm not much of a rare collector, and I know that there are people out there who really love having tons of rares, so maybe a rare collector will want to buy it off of me, and I think in that situation it's best to leave it without the last piece. That way the buyer can choose what color they want it to be or what wood type.
I used all of my my refresh yesterday evening. Okay.
And Backstab says, this game is so in-depth, it reminds me of Utopia universe. Are you thinking of Entropia? Is that Entropia? Or am I thinking of a different game?
Does it still exist? It does. Entropia Universe, yeah.
Entropia Universe, yeah. So you played that game? What is it like?
Very small amount.
Okay, so not enough to know really
Not
what it's
enough
like.
to know. So
All right.
So you just started playing Backstabs like a brand new player.
Right. So this conversation that we're having right now is, directed towards you, the new player, or those players who started relatively recently, and maybe that rares are part of the game, but aren't quite sure about the details about them. And I know there's a lot of misinformation out there. I hear it all the time. People talking about, your chances to make rares, or what kind of strategies that you should use to increase the chance that you get a rare. And I wouldn't call it misinformation. There's a lot of people who will give advice without telling you why the advice works. And then that is what spreads misinformation, because the player who hears that advice will say, oh, that advice must work because of this. But it's actually quite complicated, the rare system, and it's not as straightforward as one might think.
But for Backstab's sake, let's start at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
And we were talking about, what is a rare?
What is a rare? Yeah.
A rare gives, and so far you said a rare, while on certain items, or I guess on every item these days, it flashes, it glows.
Yeah, it gives a nice glow effect.
Here's an example. I do have a rare somewhere.
I mean, you were right next to you're right next to the barrel right now. You can see it there, and yeah,
this barrel.
Yeah.
Barely glowing just because it's shining in the light.
Okay, there's another thing I can show you here.
I have a helmet that will glow.
Okay, yeah. You have a helmet. Okay, good.
So that's just the basic rare glow.
Like, people love the glow, right? Like, they love the fact that you can put that on and it just like has that glow feature. Now, a helmet will actually improve the chances of defending yourself. All armor will increase your defense capabilities when you put on rares. Let's see, I just put on rare gloves. Do those glow? See them?
Come out here.
It's kind of dark. It's nighttime, I think. Do those gloves rare?
The problem is... Okay, there we go. Yeah, they do glow.
Like a little bit
very
of a shimmer.
Softly, just because it's also glowing off of the forge light.
Right. Right.
You're moving closer to the forge, but that's okay.
Right. That's right.
So yeah, it also gives you benefits. Let's stick with tools. Let's do something simple like a pickaxe.
Okay, so all tools, yeah, like pickaxes, even like improving tools, all tools have a similar bonus, and that is they will reduce your action timer by a tiny small amount. So a blue rare will reduce your action timer by 0.1 seconds, a very tiny amount.
Yes.
Supreme will reduce your action timer by 0.3 seconds, and a Fantastic will take off half a second from your action timer. Now that might not seem like a lot, however, it does make a difference at the higher levels, right? Like when you get to the point where your action timers are like maybe 2 seconds or 3 seconds for some things, 0.1 makes a difference at that point. That's noticeable over the long run. Like if you're trying to build thousands of walls, each one taking 20 bricks and mortar, and you shave off 0.1 seconds from every one of your actions over the course of that project, it does add up. So there's that. So all tools will reduce your action timer by a small amount. Ooh, I got another rare chance. Wow, what the? Except for I damaged the trowel again. No. 2 rare chances just talking about rares. We should just keep talking about rares, right?
That's right. That's how it works, right?
Right.
Okay, so you're saying that so a tool that's rare will reduce the action timer. So that's why I want it, because that's a big deal. And that's all it does, right?
It's like, no, it doesn't. That's not all it does. Yeah, so I'm trying to stick with the ones that are universal, right? Like, because there's going to be some case-by-case situations. But there's one more universal thing that all rares do, and that is they reduce the decay of enchants on them. So if you have a pickaxe that has like 80 WOA on it, and it's a regular pickaxe, as you use it, that 80 WOA will decay randomly. You know, you'll lose a point of WOA every so often. And that's based on, you know, the length of the action that you're doing. The longer actions are going to, like, I think it's every 5 seconds there's a chance that it's going to lose a tick. But if you have a rare item,
enchants on them.
Right. Yeah, so if you have it enchanted, like with a Wind of Ages to make your action timers faster, those will decay at a pretty decent rate. However, if you have a rare item with WOA on it, it will reduce the chance that you lose a tick on your enchantment by quite a lot, actually. It's probably like a good 10 times less chance that you'll lose a tick or something in that range.
Okay.
For a rare, and it's even better on Supremes and even better on Fantastics. And in my opinion, that particular feature of rares is what makes them so valuable, because on a regular item, your enchantments are going to decay quite fast, which would result in you having to either enchant it again or pay somebody to enchant it again.
Sure.
Whereas if it's rare, you can hold on to those enchantments for so much longer before you have to replace them. So there's value there.
And how are you doing, Ozbek? We are doing great because it's a worm day.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a worm day.
Talking about enchants.
Okay,
so far you said
we're talking about rares.
Rares. That's right. Rares will make the item glow, and on tools reduce its action timer and reduce its enchant decay. And that's it.
Exactly.
That's what a rare does, right?
Okay, well, those are the things that most every rare will do. And then you have all of the specific situations. So if the item is a gathering tool, such as a pickaxe, a hatchet, is there any other gathering tool that this will work on? Because I'm thinking shovel? Shovel. I don't think this works for farming, so it won't work on a rake. But anytime that you're interacting with the environment to gather something,
sickle,
except for farming. Yeah, so sickle on like when you're gathering sprouts or fruits or mixed grass. And it also, the same bonus happens whenever you're creating. So let's say a small anvil will do this as well. Then a rare item like a rare tool will increase the quality of the outcome by a small amount. It's like, I think for a rare item, it's 1 quality. For a supreme item, I think it's 3 quality. And for fantastic, it's 5 quality. I think, I'm not sure, but it's something like this. Yeah, Ozbek, we're definitely going to get to that topic in a second. We're going to start off first, though, just explaining what rares are and why they are so valuable. And then we'll get to the how to make them.
So that's interesting. So an item would increase the quality output of whatever.
Yeah, and
if that tool has a quality output, if it's producing an item.
Right. And that quality output is like goes above your skill. So let's say you have 60 mining and you're using a rare pickaxe on a 60 quality rock shard, even like a rock tile or even like an ore tile. the rare will cause the maximum output quality to be 1 quality higher if you're using a rare. Okay, so you can even exceed your skill and exceed your the quality of the vein. If that's sort of the situation you're in.
Nice.
Now the same will go for creating items. So if you're using a small anvil that's rare and you're making nails using, let's say, a 50 quality ore, making nails, the nails can come out at 51 quality. So you can increase. Now this is maybe not great for nails, but it might be good if you're making door locks for favor sacrificing. Or if you have a rare rope tool and you're making cordage rope for favor sacrificing, this can increase the quality output of the things that you're making. And in some situations, that makes a difference. So this is what makes rare rope tools valuable. People like to use rare rope tools when making cordage for favor.
Oh, how's the trowels? Can I take one?
Yep, you can take one now. I was going to try to get them to 60. I don't know if we're ready, though. I don't think it's going to make much of a difference between...
Well,
and if you want, you could take the 50. You could take the bigger, the better one.
All right. I'll just place it here.
Okay, I'm just gonna put stuff back. Okay.
So there's an advanced question that doesn't quite work on the new server
Good
since
question.
we don't have ruins, but do ruins and the rare bonus stack?
Yeah. Yeah,
so
it
ruins
does stack.
also increases the quality of
Now,
items, certain ruins.
On the new servers, ruins aren't activated yet. You can't use them really. But on the old servers, for sure, they definitely stack. 10% increase to gathering. And you'll get the 1 quality increase from the rare plus another 10%. Obviously, the 10% is way more valuable. But that definitely stack. Now, there's a few other like random situations for rares, like that make certain rares valuable. Like, for example, meditation rugs. If you have a rare meditation rug, that increases the amount of experience you get from each meditation tick. So that's a good one to have. It's the only rare that does that particular thing, right? So there's certain items, when they are rare, give you unique specific
Like a
bonuses
forge?
for that particular rare. Right, yeah. So a rare forge makes it so that it will burn longer, like the fuel will last longer.
Let's throw items at
Ovens as well.
Like a compass?
Yeah, a rare compass, I think, will settle faster, if I'm not mistaken. It's either settle faster or it'll remain settled for longer, or it's both. I just don't know which one it is.
Like a large cart?
A large cart will have a speed boost to it, so it'll go a little bit faster.
You guys should join in. What else could we think of?
Yeah.
Like a
Yeah, exactly.
like a range pole?
Huh. I don't think a range pole has any extra bonus, but I could be wrong about that.
A grindstone?
A grindstone's like a tool, so it'll do all the things that tools do. It'll hold enchants longer. It'll reduce your action timer with it by 0.1 seconds, and it'll glow and that sort of stuff. But I don't think there's any bonus extra thing that grindstones do.
A guard tower?
Guard tower. Guard tower will give 1 extra guard. So normally a 50 quality guard tower will give 5 guards. A rare guard tower will give 6 guards. Okay, so Du Jensen thinks that a rare range pole will add some distance to possible bridge. Yeah, that's definitely a good possibility that it does that. It's like, okay, pottery planter. I don't know if a pottery planter, I could be wrong about this. Like, if I were to guess, there's a possibility that the pottery planter will increase the quality of the herb that you pick from it with that by one quality. It's possible, but I haven't tested that one. A rare bowstring. I don't know actually if a rare bowstring does anything. It's very possible that it breaks less often, but I could be wrong about that. Storage containers do not get any bonus. Like they don't increase the quantity of stuff or anything like that, but storage containers don't get anything aside from the glowing effect.
So how about like rare dirt, rare stone shards, all these all these mats that will turn rare? What should we do with them?
Okay, so that's okay. So there's a bunch of stuff that we could do there with it. Let me answer Ozbex first. He says larder, and this also goes for all furniture items. Okay, actually, the larder, I have a feeling the larder itself reduces the decay of the food better if it's rare. Okay, so that's definitely something. But most all of the other like furniture items are mostly just decorative. And a rare well, I don't think that does anything. Yeah, it would be cool if storage containers would transfer bulk items faster. Yes, definitely. Yeah, I don't think a rare well does anything other than look shiny. Okay, so that's a good question. I don't think so. I don't think rare dye does anything. Although that would be cool if it did, if it made it like it made the item glow when you painted it, but I don't think it does.
Made the paint glow. So just before you go off, I'm gonna do all archways facing the water. But that's also another thing. It's like I wonder if we should do like wide, like double, like the T all across. I don't know. Like, what do you think? I don't know. Either one is fine. Like it could be like one. How wide can the? Like I've never made a really wide. So 3 is the maximum. Yeah, and there's a T in the middle. There's a T in the middle. Like you can't just keep making T's all along the entire thing. Is that right? No. It's only because there's the left arch, the right arch, and then there's a T. That's how you can make it. But can't you just go left arch and then T, then T, then T, then T, then right arch? Then you just have T's all throughout the middle. You want to do that? Yeah, okay. Let's do that. Okay. And then we can fill the rest in with a fence or something like that. And we'll have to my initial thought was the chain fence, but I don't know how it goes with it might be fine. Okay, yeah, so we're getting closer, Ozbek. We're getting closer to that question. We need fence bars. Do we have fence bar? I don't think we need fence bars. I think we need chain. Wait, we need fence bars for the T's? That's right. What? Oh, sorry. I chose the wrong one. I don't think so. I chose the no, wait, I think... but it still says fence bar. Really? The high iron fences would work well, is saying. But here's a question, and I don't know if this still happens. Do you need to build the fences first? Yeah, right. It does say fence bars. No. You have to build the fences after. You have to build the fences after. After? Okay. Yeah. So I'm thinking of higher levels. Yeah. That's probably what. Am I right about that? No, yeah. No, even on higher levels, you have to build the house structure first. Because once the fence is there, you can't build a wall on that. But if you have an archway built, then you can build the fence. Yeah, so you have to build the wall. For some reason, I thought it was the opposite back in the day. For certain fences. No. And that's why some people didn't believe you could build certain fences within an archway, because you had an archway and you couldn't build it up. No. What you're thinking of, and this was what we encountered in that basement house, was that tall fence bar with the tall iron fence. That's what it's called. Yeah. Couldn't be built in a archway, and that was
back then. I think they changed it now. That
They
a
fixed
tall,
it? Okay.
that the higher iron fence. Oh, there. Yeah, Dude Jensen's saying the high iron fence now does work, but we were encountering a situation where they didn't allow that at that time.
I see. So
we had to build
is
the
fixed.
short iron fence. Okay. Yeah, I think so. I'm pretty sure.
I had to destroy the arch and then build the fence and then build the arch on top of the fence. That's the only way to do it back then.
I feel like they blocked that now, that you can't.
Oh, okay, so it doesn't work the way
build
that
a wall.
I remember.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do I need?
That was a while ago.
I need fences.
Yeah, okay, so I know you guys are asking the questions and we're getting there. It's going to take a little bit. But let's talk about that. The rare now, the sand, dirt, besides sacrificing them. Okay.
The inside walls, I'm just going to make walls, the ones facing the archway. Is that okay?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so I'll start there.
Yeah. Okay, so... it sounds like Tyrannus Gaming, you know about the sacrificing. I'm just going to go over that very quickly. That in the event that you have a rare item, any rare item for that matter, you could put it into an altar and sacrifice it to your deity, as long as you have a deity. So you have to have a religion. But if you do that, I think the other requirement is you have to have 10 faith, right? I think your minimum faith has to be 10. So you have to have been with your deity for a little bit and prayed to them for a few days. Then sacrificing any rare item will give you a full refresh, which means your food bar will go to 99, your nutrition will go to 99, and your water bar will go to 99. So it's always nice to have like a couple rare items that you are willing to sacrifice for that purpose. Like I have right now in my inventory a couple rare cordage ropes, a rare lump of zinc, and a supreme cordage rope sitting in my inventory, just waiting to be used for that reason. But yeah, it's useful to have that. Now, for that, you kind of have to know what items are not useful for other things, right? So, Tyrannus Gaming was asking, he has a supreme dirt that he wants to do something useful with, the supreme dirt. So there's two things you can use rare items that are like this for. The first one is sacrificing. There's two additional ones above sacrificing. One is if that item can be used as a component to creating another item. Like you activate this item and you continue building it. So like, for example, a good example is a plank can be used to build a cart. So if you have a rare plank, using that as a component to the rare cart does give you a chance at producing a rare cart in the end. And it's actually a different kind of like chance on top of the rare roll that you would normally get. Okay, so before I go into the details about that, about like the chances of actually making it rare, I'm going to go through the regular rare mechanism first. But just in terms of answering this question, like you got a supreme dirt. Okay, one thing you could do is look through the list of all the things that supreme dirt could be inserted into, and then choose from that list about what you want to insert it into. Dirt, unfortunately, is one of those things that doesn't really have that many good things that you can make with it. One item is a coal pile, which is not great because, I mean, if you make
kiln,
a coal pile, right? Oh, is it kiln? Kiln uses. Well, let's look this up. I think that you can with the crafting recipes window. There's a button called Search Material, and if you click that and you type dirt, it'll basically give you all the things that you can use with dirt. Okay, so there's kiln, you're right. Kiln was one of the things that you have to insert dirt into. Also, flower beds. These are a new item that were added to the game. It looks like those need dirt. And a large planter as well needs dirt. So any one of those items, try to insert your dirt into it, and there's a possibility that will make it rare. Now, for these ones,
about it's the rareness or the rare chances.
Right. So the problem is that we're kind of.
That's okay.
I still need to. I want to
finish
talk
this
about
up.
the rare window first before we get there. We'll have a whole section on how to make rares, and I kind of want all that whole section to be together so that when I clip it, it's all like in one spot, not all over the place. but we're getting there. We're getting there. So this is just one thing you could do with a rare item. That, you know, if you can use it as a component for something, then it does give you a chance to make it rare. There is one other thing that you can do with some of these sorts of things. For example, if you get a rare shard, let's say a rare stone shard, or any rare item that you can use to improve with. Okay. So I'll use the stone shard as an example, and let's say I'm improving a forge with it. Okay, so I have a rare shard and I'm improving a forge with it. Okay, so I can improve it like normal. It works like just a regular stone shard, and it'll lose some weight every single time that you improve with it. And the whole time you're improving, you're actually getting no extra chance until the very last action that will consume the shard. Okay, so you are improving with this shard until its weight is going down, and then there's that last action that will completely consume the rest of the shard. In that last action, there is a small chance that you will completely transfer the rarity of the shard to the item. I think that chance is 1%. So it's a very small chance. However, it's a chance nonetheless, and I know somebody who has done this using a fantastic shard on a regular forge and improved the forge to fantastic. They got the 1 in 100 chance, and they hit the jackpot and made their forge fantastic by using this method. Although you can imagine it's not a very likely outcome.
Very often.
No. And that's completely separate from the rare roll chance that you would normally get.
Plain stone or stone?
Oh, plain stone. Yeah, let's do the plain
so I
stone.
did a stone. So you're going to have
That's
to
okay.
create...
We can...
what is that item called?
Pliers?
Yeah, you're going to have to create some pliers for me.
Okay. How are we on bricks?
Sorry.
Like,
we have about 300 and something.
So that gives us how many
330?
walls?
Let's see. If I was right, 330. Then we've got about 33
15
walls.
16.
No, sorry.
No, that's 16.
Half of that. 16.
Yeah. 16. That's not many walls. Okay, so I'm gonna keep making bricks.
Okay.
Then. Okay, so I think did I cover everything about what we could do with these basic rares? Like, it's almost like you got to get to the point where you are familiar enough with all the items, like all the basic items in the game, like stone shards and dirt, and then what those things are useful for in making, and then you can make a judgment about whether or not they're worth sacrificing or whether you should actually use them to create something.
Yeah. So, but you're basically saying that, like you said, if it was completely useless, what you would do with it, which is to sacrifice it.
Right. So I have this rare zinc lump, right? And if you look up zinc lumps, like there's nothing that you can make where you're combining, like it you have to add the zinc lump to continue building it. Okay. This does not, you cannot use this for where you're creating an item from the zinc lump. So you don't get an extra rare chance if, let's say, I go and try to make a zinc stone chisel blade, let's say, like where it's one action
made with a lot of things now.
Right. But if I make something out of zinc and it's a rare zinc lump, it will not give me a rare chance.
So you have to add it.
Okay. It has to be the situation where you're continuing the building of something, where you add the item to the crafting window and hit the continue building button. It will not work for creating something from the zinc lump. Okay, so you look through all the things that zinc lumps make, and all of them require you to use the zinc lump with, let's say, a large anvil or small anvil, and it's like creates the item. That's not going to give you a rare chance. And I don't think there's anything that you add just a zinc lump to. I could be wrong. They could have added something, but it looks like everything I see here is creating with the zinc lump.
Yeah, I'm getting the same result.
Yeah. So that zinc lump is like the rare zinc lump is pretty useless in that regard in terms of making a rare item. It's not going to help you make a rare item at all. And so I'll just hold on to it until I'm ready to sacrifice it for... Okay, now on the other hand, I have those rare cordage ropes. I even have a supreme cordage rope. Okay, now cordage is used for something where you're combining, like you're continuing building with it. And the thing that I'm holding out for is a boat. If I insert these into a boat, they will give me a small yet real chance at making it rare. Tiny chance. Okay, so maybe we're ready to talk about how to make rares now.
Yes.
You guys want to know how to make a rare?
I want to know how to make a rare.
Like, there are people who literally wake up and their whole play session in the game is, I'm going to make a rare today. They do this all the time. And then they make, you can so probably with this method.
Chance, you're saying.
It's not just chance. No, they literally wake up and say, I'm going to play the game of making rares. And if you do this, you could get a couple rares in a day. You definitely can do this on an individual level where you're like, yeah, sure. There is a lot of prep work. That's for sure. But what in this game does not require a lot of prep work? So,
all right, I'm listening.
There's several avenues to get a rare. So I want to make sure that this is very clear in everybody's mind that they're completely separate from one another. The first and foremost mechanism that rares enter this game is through the rarity window system. The rarity window is something where every second that you are logged into the game asks, should I open a rare window? Like, is a rare window going to open for you? And there is exactly a 1 in 3,600 chance that in each second you will get a rare window open for your character individually. Okay, so if you do the math, like 1 in 3,600 chance, well, it turns out there's 3,600 seconds in an hour. So if every second in that hour you have a 1 in 3,600 chance that a rare window will open, then on average, you're going to get a rare window every hour. Now, the rare window is hidden, so you don't know that it's open. There's nothing in the game that will tell you a rare window is happening right now. So most rare windows people miss, and they miss them because they're not doing anything during the time that the rare window is open, right? So, for example, if I, let's say, pause my brick making for a second, and let's suppose a rare window happened just right now. And, then I'm like, okay, I'm going to pick up some more stone shards, and I'm going to combine those stone shards, and now I'm going to start making my brick. I just missed the rare window, and this brick isn't going to turn rare. Okay. So most of the time people miss the rare window. The rare window lasts 20 seconds. Okay. And what has to happen for you to get the rare chance is you have to start your action during the rare window. Okay. So within that 20 seconds, if you start the action in that 20 seconds, at the end of that action, you will get the green glowy rare chance with the drum roll. And there is a chance that it becomes rare. Okay, now that chance, right? That chance depends on what you're doing, right? Every action has a different possibility of creating a rare. So let's start with gathering actions and creating like bricks. These types of things all have the same chance, and that chance is 100% so long as the action was successful. Okay, so if you're mining, you're always successful in the sense that you always get a shard or a lump or whatever it is, like a shard, an iron. Yeah, anyway, you're always going to get one. So it's in that situation, if you get a rare, if you start your action during the rare window, you will 100% chance get a rare. And I think the percentage that it's rare will be 90% of the time it's rare. About like 9.9% of the time it's going to be supreme. And that extra point, it's actually even less than that. So it's like 0.0001 chance it's fantastic or something like that. It's like very small chance it's fantastic. And even that calculation is not done straightforwardly. I think it's like first it rolls to see if it's a rare, and if it becomes rare, then it won't become supreme. Then if it didn't become rare, then it rolls to see if it's going to become supreme, right? Like it's like that kind of. It's kind of convoluted and weird. There are documentation that you can read up on the precise code and the mechanism that it does. I've read it. I just can't remember the exact details of it, but it goes something. It's less like rolling a single dice, and it's more like rolling successive dices. So the first roll happens, and it sees, is it going to be rare? And the second roll, if it didn't become rare, then it rolls to see if it's going to be some supreme, and so on like that.
Maybe it's the opposite. First roll.
It might be the opposite.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Maybe
Okay,
that would
so
make sense to me.
yeah,
Anyway.
and Tuxie, yeah. So
That
Jensen,
does
you're saying if
explain.
you make a stone brick first, the rare stone shard will be smaller before improving. Right. So that's a comment based on the improving thing, which I'll get to in a second, and I'll mention that again. Now, if the action is a creation action, okay, so you are creating I almost even feel like it's different for the different items, right? So if it's, I feel like if it's bricks, you're gonna for sure get the brick. But if it's pickaxe heads, let's say, then there's a chance that you create the pickaxe head successfully, you get a rare roll, and it doesn't come out as rare. There's a chance, and I think that chance is 50%. Okay, I think it's that way. It's what I've read it was based on people doing tests and looking into the Wurm Unlimited code. The other thing to consider is that all of these numbers that I'm saying could potentially have been changed by the dev team at some point or another, and I would not have known. And it's possible they've been tweaked. But from what I've known from the past, if I'm creating something that's useful, like a tool or tool head, or a like a piece of armor, like I use a lump and I just create. It also happens with like spindles. Like if I have a log and create the spindle, like a single creation action. And hey, Reganation and Zetrin, how's it going?
Hey, Zetrin, Reganation.
Yeah, we're just talking about rares now.
In the middle of Adam's rare talk.
Okay,
Rare
so
TED talk.
let's
Go
back
ahead.
up a sec. Let's back up a second. Like, so the rarity window opens randomly, and you start an action while the rarity window is open. And if that action is a create action, so you're going to start the action. At the end of the action, you're expecting to get an item out of it. Then if the rare roll happens, you have a 50% chance that that item becomes rare. Now, it for sure has to succeed. So if you're like creating the bassinet helm and it fails the creation, obviously, even though you would have gotten a rare, it obviously means that you would have lost it because you didn't create it. But if you create it, there's a 50% chance that that item will be rare. Okay, so you'll notice this, that like sometimes it's rare, sometimes it's not. It's a 50% chance. Okay. If the action you're doing was an improving action, okay, so you're improving, and boom, there's a rare roll. You first have to succeed the rare roll, the improving action. So you can't damage the item. You have to actually improve it, and it has to increase its quality. And in that event, there's a 20% chance that it will turn rare.
Mm.
Okay, so there's a difference between improving and creating. and I'm going to say it one more time, that there is a possibility that these numbers have been changed since I last learned about this. But there was definitely a time where it was like this, where creating gave you a much higher chance at creating a rare than improving did.
So far, so good. You're saying that within an hour's time, you have a 1 in 360 chance of opening up a rare roll. That rare roll lasts 20 seconds. As long as you start your action within that 20 seconds, you have a chance at a rare roll. If you are creating an item like a harvestable item, if you were mining ore or shards, or a tree or something, you have a 100% chance that that item will turn rare if you receive that item. If you are doing creating an item off of another tool, like what do you want to call it, like a large anvil, if you were creating a head or a piece of armor or something, then you have a 50% chance at turning that rare. And if you have what was the last? If you're improving an item, you have a 20% chance. That's sort of the summary so far.
That's the summary. Now it's not quite like Ozbek saying, like, that just means that I have bad luck then. And it's possible that you have bad luck. I mean, these are like rares is like a large numbers game, so you have to do this many, many times to see that percentage happen. But the other thing is that you got to remember, you have to succeed the action, right? So if you're a new player with low skills, you'll notice you fail quite often, especially when improving. And especially when improving items that are close to your skills. Like, let's say you're 50 blacksmith and you're trying to improve something to 50. Like, how many times, like, what's the percentage of fail to succeed on the improving actions on their own? And I would say, like, you're probably going to be failing like 50% of the time. I mean, depending on your tool quality and that, but you're going to be failing often. So if you fail 50% of your imping actions, that just cuts the chances that you're going to get a rare in half right there. So you're at 70, But again, it's like a matter of, if you're imping to 70, like you're improving a pickaxe to 70 quality, you're going to be failing like a lot when you get close to that quality, right? To increase your chances of getting rares, what people do is they literally spam create items. Now, there was a change that happened recently that made it so that if you have a tool head that's rare and you attach it to the shaft to complete the tool, or like the handle or whatever, then the result is going to be rare as well. That opened the door to a way easier way of creating rares. Because now, instead of having to, so what people used to do is they'd create a pile of 1,000 pickaxe heads and then a bin filled with 1,000 shafts, and they would literally stand there all day combining pickaxe heads to shafts. And during that combination action, they have that, if they hit the rare window, then there's a 50% chance it turns rare. And that's what their play session would look like. Now, all they do is, using the ore, they can just spam create the pickaxe head, and if the pickaxe head comes out rare, then they have a rare pickaxe. Better to create than imp, for sure. Improving drastically will reduce your chances that you get a rare. Calling that play feels like a stretch. I know. I've done this once before, like back when you had to prepare the pickaxe heads and the shafts, and I was like particularly like, I'm going to make myself a rare pickaxe. It was specifically for me. I want a rare pickaxe, and I want it to have my signature on it. So I set myself out, and I got the rare pretty quickly, actually, surprisingly quickly. I think I might have had to combine 100 or 200 of them. I had prepared 1,000, so I got the rare pretty early on in my set. But yeah, I know it doesn't feel like that much play, but it's definitely motivating when there's a rare at the end of it for you.
And completely demotivating if there isn't.
Right, if you combine the whole 1,000 and you didn't get your rare, which happens, by the way. Going back to the rare window, there's as I said, each second there's a 1 in 3,600 chance that the rare window opens, right? What this means is that you could get a rare window happen like really quickly, like within 10 minutes or 5 minutes of each other. And everybody would have experienced this. Like you're mining away and you get a rare roll. You're like, wow, rare roll. And then 5 seconds later, you get another rare roll and you're like, whoa, I must be lucky today. Okay. Well, if that can happen, then the exact opposite is equally likely to happen, which is the rare window just doesn't seem to open. And it could be like 8 hours straight at all. You could go 8 hours straight and no rare roll will happen. So it is possible that happens too. Yeah, and Ozbek, you're saying you get 3 times in a row, right? So the exact opposite of that also can happen, where you can go several hours in a row and no rare roll, right? And then let's suppose you miss the next one by accident because you took a bathroom break. And then there's another 3 hours. Like it's if anybody's learned anything about statistics or probability, like you would have encountered this exercise of flipping coins. And true randomness has like this thing where, like, if you were to ask a random person, I'm gonna flip this coin 1,000 times, what's the likelihood that in that 1,000 times that I flip the coin, that I'm gonna get 10 heads in a row somewhere? Like, you ask them, what's the likelihood that's gonna happen? And most people will say it's probably not that likely. 10 heads in a row is like a rare situation. Like, most of the time you're going to hit it up, like it's going to flip back and forth. But as it turns out, it's actually a very high % chance that there's going to be 10 in a row. So when it comes to like random number generation in video games, people always blame how crappy the random number generation is. But it turns out that just randomness in general has these streaks of bad luck or good luck. Okay, that is a common feature.
Yeah, where we almost look at it as black and white, right? We always look like, if it's random, then shouldn't it just keep flipping back and forth? Isn't that random? Right. And it's like, it's not random.
Wouldn't random be heads and tails and heads and tails and heads and tails? Obviously, it's not.
That's a pattern.
It's very, yeah, exactly. It's a pattern. It's not random anymore. Yeah, like even 100 times, like you flip a coin 100 times, the chance of getting like 7 heads in a row in that is really high. It's like something like 80% chance that there'll be 7 heads in a row in there or something, or 7 tails in a row.
So let's get to the interesting part here.
Okay.
Unless there's a question there, but
yeah, that's the basic.
If I'm taking these rare items that you talked about before, rare mats, and combining them to continue an item, like a forge as an example. So a forge, you create a forge, it lands on the ground, and then it requires that you add 10 more bricks and 10 more clay.
Yeah.
And so let's say I use a rare clay to add to that item. What's my chance that I'm going to turn that forge rare?
So one thing first to understand about this is that this is completely separate from the rare window. You do not need a rare window to occur in order to turn this forge rare with this method. Okay, so the way that it works is...
And hold on, I'll be right back while you talk about this.
Okay, sure. It takes the total number of items that are used to create this item. This includes the 2 starting items plus all the items that you have to add to it. So with the forge, it takes 11 bricks and 11 clay in total. So there's 22 items in total. If one of those items that you input are rare, then you will have a 1 in 22 chance that at the end, it will turn rare. Okay, now what confuses most people is that what ends up happening when you're actually entering the rare item into the forge, you get the green glowy chance and the drum roll sounds, okay? But what's going to happen is the item will not turn rare at the end of that action. You will only know if that was successful at turning it rare on the very last, when you create the item at the very end. Right. It turns it rare at the end of, but it turns it rare at the end of creating the item. Okay. Now, there is the off chance, right? Yeah. Yes, you can create an unfinished rare. There is the off chance that you can do that, but that would be because the rare window happened during that action that you. Okay, so you still have that chance of like you're combining items, continuing items by putting items into it, and then the rare window occurs, and you start the combining action, and then the item goes in, and you pass the rare roll, and you get the rare item. In that situation, it will turn unfinished. It'll be an unfinished rare item, and that's how I got that small barrel that's unfinished, right? That's rare. So you made multiple items. You're saying it turns rare at the end of the action. So that is to say, you're using a rare item and you're combining it into the, into the item. And at the end of doing that, it turns into a rare unfinished item. You're saying? Oh, I gotta get rid of this dude. Oh. Let's just do that. Ah, that is possible. That makes sense. I kind of remember that being a thing. Right. Okay, so Drogos, you're saying something that resonates with what my memory serves, and that is, you're right, that... Okay, so the rare... You put in the rare item, you have that 1 in 22% chance that it's going to turn rare. If it does turn rare, then it will be a rare unfinished, but because of the way the game is, you won't see it as rare unfinished until you push it or pull it. Okay, that I've seen that before, so that makes sense to me. Okay, in any case, when I was making my rares this way, I didn't know that, and so I didn't see it turn rare. Like, the rare roll happened, it did turn rare, in fact, and I only noticed it after I completed the item in the end. I guess that also allows you to see it. Okay, so that makes sense. So when you're doing this, you can push or pull the item and it'll show you that it was successful or not. Now, the thing is with this method is that the more items that it takes to build the final product, the less chance that each rare has to make it rare, right? So like I'm talking about putting these quarters ropes into a boat. Well, boats have hundreds of items in them. So if I'm making a Gnar, I'm like, it's possibly even over 1,000 items. So one rare portage, it will only give me a 1 in however, 1 out of 1,000 chance of making it rare. Okay, so if you're imping a pickaxe head to get it rare, would it be better than imping a pickaxe? Because only white item has a 100% chance of getting rare. No, I think imping is imping. So if you're imping a pickaxe head, you're gonna have an equal chance at getting that to become rare than it would be if you're imping a regular pickaxe. So what I'm suggesting is the best strategy for getting a rare pickaxe would be to spam create pickaxe heads in hopes that you create one during your rare window. And you have a higher chance at it becoming rare that way. Ah, okay. Okay, so you can also examine it. And Brian, I hear you're back, right?
I'm back. So either way, what we used to do, especially with forges, because I know you really wanted a rare forge, was we would just collect. Just collect like rare bricks every time we made one and rare clay every time we dug one.
Right. And
we had enough for, we had like 10 of each, let's say.
Yep.
And then that gives us a chance, a 20%, no, not 20%, 1 in 22% chance every single time we add one to turn that forge rare.
Yep.
Gives us the most amount of chances. It's still, it doesn't like add to it. It's not like we have now a 22 out of 22 chance.
Right,
of,
right.
like,
That's also a misconception. Right. If I have 11 rare bricks and 11 rare clay, this still does not guarantee that it's going to be rare in the end. It's just that each individual action of inserting a rare item has a 1 in 22 chance that it will turn rare. Of course, you can fail each one of those rolls. Right? Hey, Dreamt. Welcome on in. Welcome to the stream.
How you doing? Are you playing Wurm these days? So Ozbek, you have 7 rare bricks. Should you use to make a forge or wait till you have 22 items rare needed?
Okay, so now that we know what Drogos was giving us this tip, what you could do is you can start, right? Like you can, start making this thing, and if by the time you finish putting in all the 7 bricks, you still don't have it rare, then you can just wait for more bricks and leave it as an unfinished forge.
Yeah, so it sounds like
there's a possible
check to see if it turned rare. If it didn't, add another one and keep doing like that.
And keep checking, yeah. Keep checking. Is it rare? Because maybe after the 3rd one you enter in, it creates a rare. And then you have 4 more bricks that you could use for another one, right? It seems like we can do it this way. Yeah, and move it or examine it between each attached item, yeah, to check if it turned it rare. And then, if it didn't turn it rare, you can try again. And if it did turn it rare, you can save the rest of the rare bricks to make another one.
So that's a great question, Dreamt. He has a couple rare stone shards. You have a couple rare stone shards. What should you do with them?
Yeah, this brings us to the last way that we can create rares. This method is very unlikely, though.
Chance, unfortunately.
Low chance. However, it is a chance nonetheless, and this can be done with any item that you can use to improve. Right? Stone shards fits in this category because stone shards on their own cannot be used to combine into something that you would want to make it rare. Okay, or it's not stone shards. But stone shards can be used to improve with. Okay, so if you take your rare stone shard and you improve, let's say, a forge with it, okay, on the very last action that consumes the stone shard, there is a 1% chance that the rarity gets transferred to the forge. Okay, so there's that small chance, but it is pretty much the only use for stone shards when it comes to rares. The other use would be to just sacrifice it to get a refresh. Yeah, 1% is pretty bad. We might have some fence bars, but I don't think I can make some. So weird that openings need fence bars. For the T. That's just really strange.
We have none.
Yeah,
That's great.
So Dreamt, you're saying you got back into Wurm about a week ago, got 6 characters terraforming and helping you craft stuff. Oh, I'll craft a guard tower tonight, but first you're gonna have a birthday stream. Happy birthday, Dreamt.
Stream. Happy birthday. It's a lot of people's birthdays in December. It's Adam's birthday in December.
Yeah, my birthday's coming up. My son just had his birthday.
Yeah. Our mom.
Yeah, for a Nar that's thousands of parts. It's more likely to improve it than to rare it, create it. Yeah, totally. It's never like a bad idea to save up your rare boat parts to try, but you're right. It's much less chance that it's gonna work. Although like if you sit there combining keel sections, like I don't know. This might be the best chance of getting a rare Nar would be to create a boatload of keel sections.
Cut down an entire forest.
Yeah.
Yeah, a boatload of keel sections.
Oh, wow. So you also have a bunch of family members in December. Lots of birthdays, yeah. Yeah, we have tons of birthdays. Our mother had her birthday.
Yeah.
My sister-in-law had her birthday. Okay, so you want me to make fence bars. I'm trying to figure out, like, I think I put a
Outside
bunch
here?
of lumps somewhere,
Oh.
but I don't know where.
I don't know.
I'm looking, like, I had a bunch of 30 quality lumps.
Why would it be outside? You wouldn't have put it inside somewhere?
Because
Let's go
because
on a lump
inside
hunt.
I was running out of space inside.
There's
I
one
only have
here.
3 BSBs over here. One of them will have 50 quality,
So I see 70 quality.
70 quality,
There's not one in this
And-
forge, I guess. Did you put... Oh,
50 quality.
yeah, no BSB in that
No, I
forge.
didn't put one in there. And then I kind of remember like thinking I just gonna have to move all the
Inside
really
the
low quality
crate?
somewhere else. Maybe.
Oh, 20 stone bricks. Oh, it's just sitting here. And 11 mortar. Stone shards. Copper ore. More stone shards. No, nothing in there.
No.
You said you chose...
What I like about the crate rack
50.
is you can search at the bottom.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
Yeah, they added that to all the storage items, which is pretty nice.
Yeah, I think it's really nice. Okay, so I don't have like a mass quantity of low quality ore. Let's just see what I got in here. I got
rid of all
oh.
of your ore.
I do have some in the forge that I was, so I can make some. How many do we
Oops.
need?
How many per wall? Is it one?
I think it's just one. So, Bob, you had a birthday 2 weeks ago. Spam of birthdays.
Nice.
Happy birthday! Happy birthday! Happy
Yeah,
birthday!
happy birthday.
All right, Dreamt. You have a good one. See you.
Yeah, have a good
And Delray's
birthday
just-
stream.
You're saying I was told by another experienced player that it was maxed at 100. So if you add a rare shaft to a gnar, it would still be a 1 in 100 chance. I haven't heard that before. I'm gonna probably assume it's false. I don't know though for sure.
It would have to be a hard cap, not just on boats, but just on everything.
Right.
Never heard that one before. Definitely never.
Yeah,
heard
I've
that
never
one
heard that
before.
before.
And
Yeah.
Reganation, you
Oh,
also
right.
have a December birthday. How many December birthdays do we have in here?
Wow, lots
Starting
of
to feel
December
left
birthdays,
out.
yeah.
Huh.
Yes, rare shafts. Yes, and rare nails and rare planks. These things are, because shafts and planks and nails are used to create lots of different things. People are buying them simply to create rares in this way. The best items to create are the ones that have the least number of components, right? A good example would be a rope tool, right? Take a look at how to make a rope tool, right? Rope tool. I can't seem to spell it correctly. Rope. I'll just type in rope.
Just type in rope.
It's got to be here, right?
It's 2 words, I believe. Or is it 1 word?
Right. I tried both. Obviously, rope trap is 2 words. I can't seem to find rope tool, so did they? It's like gone from the game. What am I doing wrong? Did you find rope tool?
Yes.
Yeah. Just by
It's
typing
2
in rope?
words.
Oh, I know why. It's because I'm searching the
You're searching
material.
the materials? That's why.
Okay, rope tool. Yeah, that's what I was doing wrong. Okay, so rope tool is 1 plank, 1 shaft, 3 large nails for a total of 5 items. So if you have just 1 rare shaft, that gives you a 20% chance of turning it rare just by adding the shaft. Right? So each component, if you're collecting planks and shafts, you can easily create a rare rope tool this way. Okay? And this is one of the reasons why you'll see rare rope tools as one of the common rares in the game. It's because people who are doing
Nails.
this method
Nails are
Yeah.
easy to turn rare. They're a creation item. That's a 50%
Creation
chance
item?
to create a...
Actually, nails are 100%.
Oh,
So if it's a
100%
bulk
chance.
creation item, it'll be 100% that you get it on a
Nice.
rare roll, as long as you're successful.
So all of these are
But
bulk
I think
creation items.
right. So
Shafts,
like I think
blanks,
that
and large nails.
they made a recent change where these bulk items, the main ones, are 100% creation now, even for new players. Right? So
That's right.
if you're a new player, you make nails. Each nail is 100% chance you're going to create it. So if you have a rare window while making a nail, you're going to make it rare. As a new player, though, it's probably better to sell that to those rare collectors, like those people who are buying rare mats. Nails, shafts, and planks sell for a good amount of money. So you made rare scissors from a rare fragment. A rare fragment is 100% chance for a rare. Yes. In fact, you only need one rare fragment, right? I'm pretty sure if you're doing archaeology, if you get one rare fragment, you can then create a rare. The final scissors will be rare. Yeah. So this is why people are calling archaeology so overpowered, is because, each item takes multiple fragments, and all you need is one rare fragment, and that can create, use the regular fragments for the rest, and it creates a rare upon completion. Yeah, you've got more rares from archaeology than anything else, and that's totally where you're for sure going to get a lot of rares. So I'd highly recommend, if you're into archaeology, don't complete regular items. Wait for that rare fragment that you can then make it rare for sure. Yeah.
Okay, so while I wait for the fence, which stops me from doing any of the other walls.
Okay.
The walls on the sides, the two walls. What are you thinking?
So on the side that's closest to Willow's house, like I'm almost feeling like it should feel like a hallway-ish type thing. So I'm wondering, do we want that to be like an opening as well?
That's
like
up
with
to
a
you.
fence or something? Like I kind of like this idea of an open concept sort of thing.
So you just want all archways.
On the other side, though, I was also thinking about like that path that goes down the ramp. So I was hoping that could go underneath like an archway there. As well, and then that archway could be like a porch or something like that, or
so
like
you
a
want
little
me to
entrance
extend the house all the way to the edge?
That's a
here.
possibility. That's one possibility anyway. Oh, Regadation, you just made your plate helmet rare by improving it a few weeks ago. Does not glow that much though. I do know that the glowing effects. Yeah, the glowing effects definitely are dependent on graphic settings. There's certain graphic settings where the glow is way more apparent. And I know that if you crank your settings all the way to the top, it seems to make it harder to see the rare. Which I think is kind of weird.
So I guess what I could do is I can do just a one arch here, coming down that pathway. I think I can do that without needing fence bars.
Yeah. Is it only the T's, or is it also the left arch and the right arch that require fence bars?
Left and right. Let's confirm that.
Dumb.
Without getting hit by the hell horses.
Yeah, they do. I wonder why. Like, people have always complained that the archways already take the same amount of bricks and mortar as like a wall, even though it's obvious that there'd be less bricks and mortar in an archway than in a wall.
Yeah, they do take one.
And now they're adding an additional component to these things.
I mean, I feel like that happens whenever they add new items. They did that big time with when they added all of those new pavement pieces in 2012 and the floors.
Right. And they also did it when they added the new fine carpentry items like the armor rack.
Yeah.
Right, like the armor rack takes so many materials to make.
Oh, come on, the worst was slate pavement, basically.
Right, true.
Slate slab.
Although I hear that that's better now.
Yeah, that's nothing.
That's better to the
was. It's
to the point where I kind of maybe want slate floors on that upper.
Okay, maybe I shouldn't have brought it up.
We'll do slate.
No, it's easy.
It's easier now. It's much easier. Oh boy. Okay, I have 11 fence bars. Is that enough, or do I need more?
Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, that is good enough. Let's start there.
Okay. I can make a few more.
For people that don't remember, to create a slate floor required, in a house when it first came out, required 44 slate bricks, I believe, plus 20 mortar. I'm thinking something like that.
Might have been 10 mortar.
And the reason is because each slate slab
and 4 concrete. Yeah.
Each stone slab to create one required 22 stone or slate bricks.
Yeah. And some mortar.
10, I think it was 10 mortar. Can't remember now.
It's like you had to make the slabs first by combining.
Then you make one.
I'd create the slab, and I gotta put in 22 bricks into it.
And then each floor was 2 slate slabs plus.
It was 2 slate slabs plus 4 concrete or something.
Yeah.
Or maybe it was that the slate slab itself required the concrete. I couldn't remember, but yeah, each floor tile took 4 concrete, 10 mortar.
Where are they here?
And 44 bricks.
Do you have the pliers here somewhere?
Oh, I can make pliers. Hold on.
I'll come back.
That's
not a rush.
A small anvil.
Yeah, so imagine at the time we were building our giant castle at Autumn Twilight, and Adam, I believe, was adamant. It's like, I want slate floors in this castle.
Right.
I'm like, okay, well, we can't. Like, there's no way we are sitting there and making, I don't know, like the amount of bricks required would just be insane in that place. So the compromise was to make his forge area all slate slab. No, wait. We made a few tiles.
Like 2 tiles. Yeah, it was like 2 tiles
under his forge. That was the compromise.
When I made that deed on Xanadu, the first deed we made on Xanadu, I made one building that had 22 floor tiles, all slate.
Oh.
And that was a huge project. That took forever. And then when they switched the slate floors to be easier, it's like that really, really removed the desire to make slate floors anymore for me.
Really? What?
Yeah,
looks nice.
It's the same with the wooden floors, the wooden planks, or what were they called?
The floorboards. The floorboards.
The floorboards. Yeah. The wooden floorboards.
Used to be
exactly.
20, 24 or 25 planks.
Planks. It was like a lot of planks. And so if you took time to make those floorboards and decorate your deed with them, knowing that they were so hard to make, that's what made it impressive. Like people would come visit our puzzles deed, and I insisted our floors were wooden for that very reason. And every time anybody would come to our deed, they would comment on the floorboards because of how many there were and how much effort it would have taken to make those floorboards. And so the moment they switched that to make floorboards super easy to make, no longer is it impressive. So there's less incentive to make them.
Other than the fact that it still looks good.
It looks good, but I don't think that looking good was the reason what motivated me to do it. It was the effort that it would require to make it that what's made it. Like I looked for the thing that takes the most effort. Okay, let's do that one. Showing off is the reason. It's like it's partially showing off, but it was also for myself, right? Like it was like just knowing the amount of effort that went into this makes it feel that much more accomplished. Like it's kind of like the same for all of our projects, right? Like we know this project was super, super hard to make, and that's what makes it so, rewarding at the end of it all.
I mean, for me, it was the uniqueness. I mean, we're all building something unique. The labyrinth, yeah, it took a lot to make, but it was the journey. It was the establishing the puzzles. It was about creating something that people can go enjoy, like you, Tuxie and Drogos. You guys went to the labyrinth already?
Oh, did you guys go to the labyrinth?
I'm about to get Adam excited.
Oh, you haven't yet. Okay.
It was a shot in the dark.
Okay, yeah. You guys tell us first, yeah.
It's coming up to Christmas.
So let us know it.
Hopefully, maybe you guys have a break and can travel your way over there.
All right, so I got a couple pliers. I'll bring those over.
So yeah, that was a long rare talk. We're now almost 2 hours into the stream. Adam's gonna have to
well, we've definitely gone through all of the things about what rares are, and I'm pretty sure that's over.
Wait, no, dude, Jensen, don't say it's true. None of the labyrinths.
Yeah, you've been drowning in work. Yeah, I know. We've been drowning in work too. Brian here is finally on his vacation, so that's really nice. And I have one more week before vacation.
There were other topics about rare, more advanced stuff that we didn't really get to. Examples would be increasing the rare window on your deed by sacrificing items.
Valrace, yes. Exactly. It doesn't even need to be Valray mission items. You could just sacrifice any item and that will increase the rare window. So as I said before, the rare window is 20 seconds long. You can widen that window to 30 seconds, up to 30 seconds. What you need to do is sacrifice items that would... How do I put this?
Here's where you can find out. So in your settlement.
Oh yeah, they added something.
Info.
Okay.
Here. So the settlement is granted the following faith bonuses. We got war, damage, CR, healing, enchanting, and rarity window bonus, which of source is 0 because we haven't done anything. This is another topic. How do these work? And how do I increase this if we're wanting to increase this rarity bonus? This is an entire topic here.
Right. So these numbers can go up.
Bonuses will decrease by 15% per day. So that's all we know based on this.
So the way that we can increase that is by sacrificing items that the deity would like. And this is the same items that you would sacrifice for favor as a priest. but the condition is that these numbers will only go up if your favor doesn't go up. Now, this is no problem for people who aren't priests because you don't have favor. So any non-priest sacrificing items will go to increasing these numbers. Whereas if you're a priest and you want to sacrifice to increase these numbers, you have to first fill your favor bar fully. Although they did make a change recently about over-sacking. So I'm wondering how that affects it. Does anybody know in the chat? If let's say I'm a priest and I have full favor and then I sacrifice items, does it go to these deed bonuses still, or will it go to over-sacking on my favor? And in that situation, then you might have to have filled your over-sacking pool before it goes into here. I'm not sure. Maybe this is it's too early to know.
But in saying that, okay, so you sack an item, doesn't seem to matter what item, that increases this number.
But yeah,
it does matter which item, but as far as how much percentage that you get, bonus percentage.
Yeah, and that it actually depends on the quality of those stone shards. Right, yeah. So Tuxie, yeah. If you're with your priest, what's gonna end up happening is that it'll end up going into your favor instead. Yeah. So and not if you're sacrificing like 1 quality stone shards, you'll see a big difference compared to sacrificing, let's say, 70 quality stone shards.
How am I gonna do this?
Okay, so I'm just gonna.
Okay. How do you want to do this corner?
So these could be either.
You said the rarity bonus. As far as rarity bonus, you can go up to 10 seconds extra. Is what you said.
Yeah, up to 10 seconds extra. Exactly. Yeah.
That's a different topic altogether. Never mind. What is this?
Yeah, the mission items are.
Do you know anything about this sentence?
What
this
sentence?
settlement has acquired knowledge that increases the productivity bonus of its citizens by 0.25%. That's what ours is right now.
Yeah, that number goes up over time. The longer the deed has been around, that number goes up. Now, in terms of productivity bonus, what that actually does, I'm not 100% sure whether, but I've heard rumors that increases your skill gain by that amount. I could be wrong though.
Oh, and I was actually, here's a question. So that rarity bonus, do you have to just be part of the deed, or do you have to actually be on the deed to gain that bonus?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. In fact, I really want to know the answer to that question. Particularly for priest, right? So like my priest is a part of a different deed. So when he's over here, he's not a citizen of this deed. So my question is, does my priest get the enchantment bonus that's on this deed if he's on this deed doing casting? I don't know the answer to that. And Du Jensen says, but sacrificing stone shards does not give any favor. And the answer is it actually does give a little bit of favor. Every item gives a little bit. But it might be so little that like sacrificing a single stone shard might not do very much. But as, who was it? Nut was saying, you might have to sacrifice 100 stone shards before you get 1 second. Like if your priest sacrifice 100, let's say 50 quality stone shards, you'll see your favor go up. But it has to be like that many. And by the way, 100 stone shards does not fit in an altar, so you'd have to do it in many sacrificing actions. Okay, so Zulatek, hey, Zulatek. Deed member and on deed. It's possible that it's both. I'd like it to be that. That would be great if it was.
Right. I mean, it's either one or the other, right? If you are a deed member, then it doesn't matter where you are. But alternatively, if it's just on the deed, then of course you'd have to be on your deed.
Okay, so what am I doing here?
So this is the question. I mean, this is your house. So you can see what I've
Okay,
done
yeah,
so far. What do you want to do with this corner? Do you want to have like an exit out of this side?
Good question.
I feel like we should have
feel
an
like we should
exit out
too.
of this side. And then the question is, how do you want to
So,
have it?
Another archway. We could always put fences in the archways to like
A
make
wall
them
and a
more
fence, or a window and a fence, or something.
Yeah, who was saying that?
So archway here.
Was it that you cannot put a tall
this guy.
fence gate, like a tall iron fence gate, will not go in an archway? Is that true?
That's what I was saying before. That was true before.
But you were saying a tall iron fence.
Oh,
I
okay.
think that the tall iron fences can now go in archways, but I could be wrong about that. It's been a long time since we built these types of combinations of stuff.
That was in like 2015 or something. Now,
Yeah, back in 2015, it was definitely a no-go. My wondering is that, okay, so Dalrace, you say they can. Okay, so you do, okay, so they changed it so you can. And what about the gates? The high iron fence gate. And that's still correct for gates as far as you know. Oh, and couldn't. Okay, so the tall iron fence gates will not go into an archway. That's so dumb. Why would they add tall iron fences and not the gates? Okay, fences can, but gates can't. Maybe because the gates will clip through the wall, maybe, and look weird.
then do we want
Just
to
logic. How about a portcullis?
We
Why don't we do a
could do
portcullis here?
it.
It's similar to the effect of a gate, iron sort of
sure.
gate thing.
Sure. So we'll do it on this one on this side, and then you're saying this one here.
I was actually
could just be a.
I was actually
window,
thinking, and
Oh,
here's
you
my
want it
reasoning. I'm thinking this one should be, but the only reason is so that you have an extra
Oh.
tile to make it down to the water in terms of a ramp.
Wait. Okay, so if that's the case, then I feel like it should just be an opening.
Why?
So making the tile that you're on like an outside tile,
Yeah.
and then having like something like this.
How can it be outside? Oh, you mean
Something like
destroying this
this.
wall here?
No, something like this. Look behind you.
I see. Oh, making it kind of like a porch or patio.
Yeah, that's an outdoor. You know, everything else would be indoor.
But then what about? Okay, so then we won't be going straight forward this way.
You could go straight forward that way if you're wanting to go into the house, I guess.
Part of me feels like going straight forward this way isn't going to be feasible in the sense that the steepness to the water is too steep.
Wait. What are you talking about?
Like this way.
No, you misunderstand, I think. So
Well, when I said
this
straight
way,
forward, I meant
this way
follow
is
the path.
still the exit.
Yeah, that's turning left. Like you'd have to go down that ramp, turn left.
Yeah. This way still
Okay, so-
an exit outside of our deed and going down.
Yeah.
I think that's still
Okay,
fine.
so. But is this in our deed? No,
No, it's
So-
outside of our deed, so we can have like a
I'm almost feeling like
A one
this
tile.
a path that comes out of this house this way would need to go a couple tiles this way before turning this way in order to make it in terms of the steepness.
well, that's easily deducible. So we've got 32,
Count the number of
22,
tiles. How many?
33.
Just count the number of tiles. Oh yeah, I see.
27.
Yeah.
22.
Hold on. Do you want to call out those numbers again? I'll just put them in the calculator.
Okay. 32, 22,
Hold on. 32, 22,
33,
33.
27,
Mm-hmm.
22, 15, 11, 11.
This is not boding well. How many tiles is that in total then?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 8, 8, 9. Did I say 8 or 9? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
So that's
But-
exact. That means if each one of those tiles was 20 slope,
20.
we'll just make it with a full-on ramp that was the full 9 tiles long.
That's fine. I mean, it makes it all the way down. We even have another tile to work with if we need to reduce that.
The problem is that once you get down there, there's going to be no room to put anything down there.
Oh, I see what you were saying. Okay.
You know, like another option is that we could go to this tile here, the second tile in, make that one flat, and start doing a zigzaggy downward sort of thing.
Sure.
Like down, down, down. And maybe that'll leave a bunch of tiles down here that we can flatten out.
Not even a zigzag, I would say. You could probably come up to here and then just go down.
Maybe, yeah,
down.
yeah, that's true.
And then the rest of the tiles are whatever you want to use it for.
Yeah, that might work.
All right,
And
let's
then
do
the
that.
final option, though, there's one more option that we can also do, and that would give us the most amount of space on our deed, but we're
outside of
required
our
the
deed
path to
is-
be. The path would have to be off the deed, and that's if we don't make that an entranceway, like we literally make that a cliff or a big sharp hill that goes down, and then we only use the path that comes out the side into our perimeter and goes down where you are, basically
right
this
off
way.
of our deed. Okay.
That's the other option, and then we can make our deed more
Because we
have
need more
area
space
down
for
there.
stuff.
Well, that's one of the last
Okay, let's
little
do that.
spots that we have.
Let's do that. Let's do that.
Okay.
So that makes this
So then
an
in that
archway.
case,
This is an archway.
okay.
This could be a door into this building, but
This
then the
way.
rest of these could just be
The T arches, or
like this one could be a wall or window.
or maybe we could
Looking out.
alternate. We could put. Oh no.
Have like a left, and then you wanted a T, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 T's, and then a right here. And then you'll have to decide what you want to do with these two. Maybe like one window and then one archway or something, whatever you want.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, Jorks, how you doing?
Yeah, hey Jorks.
Thanks for joining.
And
I
yeah,
think we've
Zulitech
worked this
logic
out.
is definitely something that is affecting us here. This tent as well is bothering me. Like I
Why?
wonder, the
It's a
only way is
cool- It's a cool relic. A unique relic.
it's a unique relic. We did have a segment that we talked about these tents. Like if we wanted to move it, we have to get a GM to move it, right?
Dreamt was here, yeah. And he is
Yeah,
a nice
Dreamt
guy.
was here.
Both
And it's his
statements
birthday today,
are
so if
true.
he's streaming, you can stop by his place and his stream and
Yeah,
wish
I don't
him a
know if
happy
he is
birthday.
streaming right now, but he does do those epically long streams.
epically long streams. I tuned into him once and noticed he was streaming for 17 hours.
Yeah, thanks for dropping that
Thanks.
follow.
Thanks for the follow. Okay, so portcullis this way. Portcullis, and Dude Jetson points out that there's two types of portcullises. One's a wall and the other's a gate.
I was thinking
think
just
we definitely want
just an opening
Opening?
would be fine, since it could potentially still be an outdoor area this time.
Right. Okay.
So I'm fine with an opening.
What about, and it would require us to destroy this one, but what about having a left arch and a right arch meeting at a 90 degree? So this pillar right here wouldn't be there, the one that's in the corner here.
I'm fine with that.
Do you know what I mean?
We'll need more fence bars.
How would that
Actually,
look,
no, we
though?
might not need more fence bars. How will it look? Let's
Time for
find
deep
out.
planner.
Time for deep planner, or, and just hear me for a second.
Okay.
We'll be a little risky here. Live on the edge and just do it.
Just do it.
Huh?
Okay, so
Huh?
I'm totally cool with just doing it. I know that Deed Planner has come in handy a lot for us in terms of building those big buildings, but for a small building like this, where there's not too many options, I think we'll be good just winging it.
Plain stone arch, right? I'll start that. Do you want to get a...
But here's... I actually am thinking of something, though. If there isn't a pillar here, right? If there isn't a pillar in this corner, then what it's gonna look kind of weird, I feel. I'm going back on my thought. I think I would want an archway, 2 separate archways.
Okay.
Because let's suppose you do want to put a gate. Let's say like a fence here. Like a low iron fence, let's say, for example, at one point or another. Like, would a low iron fence work in that situation where you have a left arch and a right arch meeting at that corner?
No.
I don't feel like it would work
fences
properly.
on both sides.
Right, both sides. You would need fences on both sides.
But even with this, I believe you would have to have fences on both sides.
Sure. Not unless you put a fence on this side, let's say, to block off the deed, and you put more fences up the side here that leads up to the top. Right?
Okay,
so if you just can put fences up here and maybe a hedge on this steep part here.
Yeah, that would work too.
And with fences, that'll sort of like block off. It would make you have to come through this archway.
Yep.
And then if you wanted to, you could lock it. Yeah, okay, so how about that? We'll leave this arch the way it is, and then we'll just put another arch that way. I think that's what I'm settling
2
on
arches.
here.
All right.
2 arches. Okay, let's go.
Plain stone arch.
Ooh, Drogos, you're working on a 97 carpentry building now. Definitely want a deep plan for that one. Oh yeah, definitely.
I remember when we were making our Autumn Twilight Castle, and we had 7 of those type of buildings. And there was no deep planner at that time. What did we do?
There was no deep planner.
I remember we just created it somewhere, or somebody created each building. I can't remember how we did it. I feel like I did it in Photoshop, to be honest. I created like a layout, overhead layout of all of the buildings on the bottom level, and then put what each room was made for. I don't know if you remember that.
Right. I remember that. Yeah. But it was just a two-dimensional layout of the first floor.
Yeah.
And then you had another 2-dimensional layout of the second floor.
Yeah.
Like that.
That's how we did it. The first time we ever did anything back in 2012, we were doing it on graph paper.
Graph paper. Right.
We did it on
the first labyrinth was planned on graph paper. Yeah.
We had written it out with pencil.
And we had a whole layer for the above ground layer and a whole section for the mine layer, all hand drawn on graph paper. Yeah.
Where are the bricks?
Those are good times.
Oh, not allowed to do that, huh? Let's remove these plans for now.
Okay, so what do you say we continue our conversation about rares?
There's more conversation about rares?
Yeah, like, so we've already covered the how to make a rare, what are your chances in what situations to make a rare, what rares are and what they do. So that's all covered. But the main reason why this idea of rares came up again was because there was a forum post recently that exploded. And anytime that I see a forum post explode, it usually means there's something there.
Before you get to that, this is a funny topic.
Yeah,
Tuxie, you're saying.
Okay,
it's funny reminiscing about doing things in 2012 like it was the Stone Age. It's so true how it's not that long ago, even though, I mean, it's still 8 years. But But even then, if you just think about the way that it was, it's like we were standing on horses. We didn't have any multi-story. The housing system were completely different than it does now. They had automatic roofs. No
Yep.
such thing as
Yep.
floors. It's basically no bridges, no underground man caves. Was just a thought that everybody had. I remember going into like the first cave near puzzle somebody made and put a sign down saying man cave inside of a cave. That was like the whole cave. Like there was nothing in there because
Yeah.
there's nothing that
You
could
couldn't-
potentially
yeah.
be in there. It was just a completely different type of game. All the animals didn't have animations. Our characters looked like Robin Hoods.
Mhm.
The animations of our characters were broken in the sense like you would do the action, but the tool would stay where it is in its default place. So it would just be like static. The tool would just be there. I think this happened with maybe weapons or something. I think it was tools, actually, to be honest. Your hands would just move, but your tool wouldn't.
Right.
It was-
Now, the reason why... Okay, so there's two things. One, Deed Planner was not
Anyway.
a thing at that time.
Yeah, it
And then
wasn't.
two, there was no multi-story, right? So at that time, planning out your stuff on grid paper seemed like you could plan the
But
whole
it
thing on grid
does
paper.
sound like we're just old men
put
or
a-
something.
Yeah, it's true.
Back in my
Let's put a-
day, in 2012,
Wait.
we
Let's
did
put an
our
Oriole
things
here.
in graph paper with real pencils.
Yep. Wait, is there an Oriole? What am I thinking here? There's no plain stone Oriole.
What do you want?
Oh
here?
yeah, there is. Let's put an Oriole. There we go. I got it.
All right. I'll wait for you.
Yeah. Okay, so we good to go on to this topic?
All right.
Okay,
More
so-
rare talk. Go.
More rare talk. Yeah, I know. So, this topic came up, and it reminded me of a topic we covered like way back in our first year of making videos. And it's a forum post regarding what to do if you improve an item to rare for a customer who's paying you to improve that item. Did you guys see this post
Oh.
on the forum post or on the forums? Right, like somebody says, "Hey, I have a 50 quality item, and can you please imp it to 80 for me? I'll pay you." And you set out a price. Creeper finger gun. So here we go. And you say you agree. Okay, I'll do this for a certain price, and you start imping, and all of a sudden it turns rare. And now the question is, like, what's the protocol here? Like, what how do we move forward from that position? Now,
There is an old man cam, although we got rid of. I think that was Adam's
yeah,
mystery camera or something at one point.
I know
feel
it's
like
such a
there
good time
is
for this
one.
now. The old man Brian? I don't think you made an old man Brian.
No, I didn't. But there's this really
Yeah.
old one that's really good. I don't know where it is, to be honest. Anyway, so
Hey, Tucker.
so the scenario is this. You are paid to improve an item. And you improve the item, but the item gets turned rare. So it's like you're improving it from, let's say, 40 quality to 80 quality. They pay for that, whatever it is, 10, 20 copper.
Mhm.
You turn it rare. Now what?
Right. So, and a lot of you are putting in the common sense approach,
Yeah.
right? The common sense, which would be that as long as there was no agreement prior about what happens if it becomes rare, that it should just go back to the customer who's paying with a congratulations, you got a rare, right? And that would be the end of that. But the reason why this is such a contentious issue is because while that makes sense from the perspective of the buyer, what we're neglecting in that is the effect that this has on the improver, right? Like the feeling that, like, I don't know if you are thinking about, like, because everybody's going to think about this from a perspective, right? So I want you to question yourself, like, when you feel like that's the right move, are you imagining yourself from the buyer's perspective, where you are hiring somebody to improve your item and then they improved it rare? Therefore, I expect them to give me back my rare item. And I would say that that's a perfectly reasonable expectation. That it shouldn't be, that rare item's still mine, and it's the property of me, and I should just get it back with no extra cost whatsoever. Like, is that the perspective you're looking at it from? Because there is one other perspective to look at it from, and that is that of the Imper. And I don't know, maybe have you ever been in that situation? Have you ever been hired to improve somebody's item, and in that process of improving it, it's turned rare? Have you ever had that happen? And if you haven't, I want you to think through that process of like what it would feel like if that happened. Because I'm going to tell you from firsthand, it feels like crap when that happens. It's terribly, terribly horrible when that happens. And I know that, like, and
this is
the
from
reason
a
why we
perspective
talk
of someone who's playing this game for the economy. They
the
love
economy.
the economy. They love, this is their play style. This is the way Adam used to play and loves playing like this. Anyway, keep going.
Yeah, like you have your business. You're known for being the blacksmith of the area, let's suppose, and somebody comes to you. Oh, yeah, that's a good question. What am I doing here?
Because I feel like you're doing way too
Oreo.
quickly.
Yeah. Do we want to do a wall then start with the archways? Like, I'm trying to think here. Which way goes into the house? It would be straight this way, right?
Yeah, straight that way.
So then the question is, what do we want to be exactly this way? Maybe it is nice to have the opening start here.
Yeah.
And is it the left opening or the right opening that we would do here?
I think left. I don't know.
But what if we were standing on the other side of the wall?
Yeah, you don't know.
Facing it.
I think it's something to do with the direction that we're facing. So if we are north, I think Deep Planner does this, where if you're facing a specific direction, it will create it in that facing direction.
Yeah, you can always rotate them.
it.
Thanks, Wolfman.
But
Yeah.
both sides are not created equally. They almost are, but they're
Really?
not. Yeah.
Really?
In the sense that, like, the outer wall doesn't align perfectly, and that's why some houses, if you look, creates that clipping effect where you're walking and you see like the two what do they call that?
Z fighting.
Z order, the Z fighting.
Yeah, the Z fighting.
But if you have it the correct way, you don't get that. Anyway.
Right.
Who cares?
Totally.
It's not a big deal. Anyway, so
Yeah. Okay, so you pick one and hope it's the right one.
Yeah. But we're gonna have to destroy this one. How do we want to do that? Do you have a maul or something?
For what? Sorry.
To destroy the wall that you created.
Why? I don't think I made it.
You did make it. You put
almost
2 bricks into it.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Oh, God. Goodness. I was going too quick. And I was getting too heated.
I'll let you solve that
topic.
one. I'll move on to the next one.
Yeah.
I'll do the T. So we're doing T's all the way across, right?
And Zulatek, you're bringing up something that definitely is the problem here, right? Because, like, and Tokrin is saying, or who was it? Sorry, it was maybe Drogos, right? Drogos was saying you feel like it should always be declared before imping, right? But here's the problem. If you're thinking about this from the seller's perspective or the improver's perspective, if the improver said right out at the beginning, like, if this turns rare, then it's going to cost you, or
I'm going to replace it with a different item that's equal.
Or I'm going to replace it with a different item. Yeah, exactly.
That's the agreed upon, whatever.
The moment a condition like this is put on, the seller right away is gonna alarm bells will go off, and
Buyer, or the
potentially
buyer?
the buyer, sorry, the buyer is not going to want to go into that kind of agreement, right? Like, you know,
There's no benefit
I was actually
to them now.
right, I was recently thinking about hiring somebody to improve my rope tool recently, and I think I'm going to, right? But then this whole issue comes up, right? Like, what if that person imps it to rare and we hadn't discussed it beforehand, and then we get into this debate about what to do about it afterwards, right? Like, so as the buyer, I was actually contemplating laying out what my expectations are if it turns rare. Like, if it turns rare, I'll give you an extra 2 silver, let's say. That sort of thing. But if the buyer were to do that to me, like if the buyer were to say, you know, I'm going to imp it for you, it'll cost you whatever, 1 silver to imp it to this quality. But if it goes rare, I'm going to replace your tool with another equivalent one, or I'm going to charge you X amount more. Chances are, as the buyer, I'd probably say, you know, maybe I'll go find somebody else. You know? Yeah. So yeah, you get into this like weird situation. Now, when I experienced this the first time, like I improved something for somebody.
So this is one of those back in my days type of scenarios.
Back in my day type scenarios. Like my initial feeling was a horrible one. Like man, I just made a rare, but it's not mine. Which means that if instead of improving this item for this guy, instead I was improving my own tool during that moment, I would have gotten a rare for myself. But because I was improving for this other guy, now that rare is that other person's. You know, like that just felt like I just lost out. And
yeah,
I ended up just giving the rare back to the guy, like for the, you know.
Just while Adam's talking, everybody has some really good points there in the chat.
Okay,
go ahead. Because
we'll get there. But Takrin was saying like it becomes more of an integrity issue, and of course, like that's what you feel as the seller. Like you feel like I need to hold up my integrity. I need to like show that I'm a good seller, and maybe if I give this back to this guy, that person might come back to me again, you know, because of the integrity bit. And totally all this is going through your mind, and you're like, okay, fine, I'll give the rare back to this guy. You know, I hear a lot of people talking about how in this scenario the buyer will give a tip. Just for the record, I did not get a tip. I gave it back. The guy was very grateful. They went on their own way. I got my 50 copper and a sour taste in my mouth. So sour was it that I decided, you know, I'm just not going to take any more of those type of orders anymore, because I'd rather be imping things for myself and maybe imping things to create a stock of items. And this way, if a rare chance were to happen randomly, that I would be the one who got to keep the rare. And if somebody wants to order an item from me, I'll have a stock of items ready for them. And that if anybody wants me to improve their item, I'm just going to refuse that order. And that's sort of where I landed on that situation.
So this is let me just answer the two things. Milkman, you're 100% right. Okay, that's basically the way Adam went. You would have a stockpile, and then you might just rotate the items or whatever. If you don't agree to imp an item, you agree to maybe exchange it or something. Right. The problem with that is that how about if you already have an item that has, let's say, 105 WOA on it, and the guy just wants it imped because of the high cast. Right. Do you have another 101 WOA of that item available? Sort of thing, right? Like, is that in your inventory?
Right.
And if it's not, then it's like, okay, how long will it take me to create one if I even have that ability? And it's like that sort of scenario. And then
and furthermore, that 100.
Go ahead.
Sorry, just before I get there, on top of that, if that 105 COC item also has my signature on it, right? Signatures definitely play a role in this, because like I wanted to make my rare pickaxe with my signature, and that meant something to me. And that if I give a pickaxe to somebody to improve and it becomes rare, I would want the one that I made back with my signature on it rather than a replacement of that item.
Right. And Grombosh, you're saying there's no debating. Yeah, that's also true in saying that that it just makes sense to I gave you this item, I expect this item back. The problem is, though, with that, is that you're kind of in a lose-lose scenario here. Somebody's going to lose. Someone's going to get a sour taste in their mouth, either side, in this scenario that is inevitably going to happen if you're going to continue to want your items imped, or if you're a guy that's willing to imp other people's items.
Right.
So people have come up with scenarios, but what ends up happening is either you're like Adam and you decide, okay, I'm no longer going to be in this game. It's not worth it for me as a seller to do this. I'm losing money over a long period of time, and therefore it makes more sense then for me to sell items, to create a stockpile and sell brand new items, than it is to imp somebody else's items. It's just not worth it for me. Although he did admit that if the item's already rare or supreme, the chances of him imping it again to a higher rarity is so minuscule that he takes that chance. And
there were orders where, if somebody had an already supreme item and they wanted that imped, I would take that order simply because I knew I was not going to improve that to fantastic.
Right.
But yeah.
So we're in this scenario where people like your Taiki veteran,
but if I did, right? But if I did,
where you're saying we have vendors that have disclaimers on there of whatever the disclaimer is, whatever, like every seller could have their own little thing. Like, if I turn it rare, this will happen. Some sort of thing. And then that just, it's a little bit like, if you're willing to take that on as a buyer, you might as well just maybe go with somebody else that doesn't have that disclaimer, or find somebody else. Basically, there's no good way of handling this scenario.
Right.
It removes it. It actually has, and it has, without us knowing, had an impact to our Wurm economy indirectly, without people realizing it, just because of this whole lose-lose scenario issue. And it's had an impact specifically with Adam and potentially other people selling items.
See, Tuxie, and it's a little bit like that, but it's more like this. Let's say I'm a lottery vendor, but it's also my job. It's my job. I get to take one lottery ticket every hour and open it up and see if I win, right? It would be like that situation where I sell lottery tickets, but every hour I get to pick a lottery ticket and scratch it and see if I win. And let's say I lose that one, I'm losing that one. But the condition is anytime a customer comes in, they can choose to purchase my hourly chance. Okay, so they come in, they say, can I buy a lottery ticket? And I say, sure, you can buy a lottery ticket, but I lose my hourly chance. I'm giving it to them. And let's say they win the lottery because of that. Okay, so now I'm not saying that in this situation, the vendor has a right to the lottery ticket that they sold. But what I'm saying is that the effect that it will have on the vendor is that they're going to feel like they just lost out.
They lose their chance because they were taking care of somebody else's chance, or they sold the right to their chance to somebody else, and that person won.
No, I'm not. It's not that you're opening a lottery. Okay, because again, this is obviously not the perfect analogy. Like, we're in a game where I can improve an item for myself and therefore have the chance every hour to get a rare roll to improve it to rare. And let's suppose that's all I did. I did not take any customers. I'm doing that. I get to keep all my chances. But the moment that I get a customer, then I'm literally giving them my chance. Right? So I'm not saying it's wrong, or that the vendor has. I still agree that it's wrong for the vendor to make a condition that they get to keep the rare. I honestly don't think that that's the right position. But what I want to point out and make everybody aware of is that when it happens to a seller like this, it feels terrible.
Yeah.
Or at least for me, it feels terrible. Now, Drogo's...
Yeah, there's no win-win scenario here. At some point when this happens, somebody loses. And it's just sort of the way that this works. Like it's no ifs, ands, or buts about this.
Right.
Somebody wins, somebody loses. It's the way that this
Now,
system's in place.
Drogos points out something important here, right? He says, personally, if I imped an item for somebody for free on an imp along, let's say, for example, that he'd be excited that he made their item rare. And I would totally as well. Like, so in the situation where you're imping for friends or you're imping for fun, for people that, and you're not expecting money, like you're not playing the economy game, okay? I totally agree that there's no issue in that situation, that a person who's willing to imp for a friend or imp for other people for free would obviously be delighted that they turned their item rare, because they want to help that person. That's the whole point. Okay? But in the event where you're playing the economy game, you're opening up a business and you put a forum post that you have this business and the intention of the business is to make money.
Yeah, that, as Adam has stated, you're playing for the economy. That's why you enjoy this game. That
right. And now the question is,
legitimate way of playing, and Adam is one of those people that like that type of playing style. Other people have that same playing style. So now it becomes a situation where it's a little bigger. And it's not saying that there's a right or wrong here, but it's saying that when it does happen, some sort of negative effect happens in the background without us realizing, that affects the economy in a way that we don't necessarily see. So now that we've identified, okay, there's this underlying problem, how do we make it so that doesn't exist? And I would just say something as simple as, I know you're about to say something.
I wanted to go back, but that's okay. Yeah. You can keep going this way.
Well, all I'll say is that it could be so simple to just make it so if, like, the developers would basically have to step in here, identify, okay, this could be a problem. We've seen how contentious it is on the forums, and we understand sort of why it is. We could easily just counteract that and put in something in place that gets rid of that from the game. Okay. Right? Whether we understand why it's contentious or not, it is.
Can we just hold off on that topic? Because I know you want to go into what's the solution to this, but before we get there, there's still a few things to hash out about the problem in general. Sure. Before we can come up with a solution. And Talkern's bringing up that point that I think like hits at least it scratches it. Is that, like, he's saying that if you're making money, you're going to make it regardless, so the economy aspect doesn't change. But if you're thinking about this from a economy perspective, and your goal as the business is try to optimize your payout, right? That's like, if you're playing the economy, then you're always going to be trying to strategize how to maximize your profits, right? And now it comes down to these two choices. Do I improve items for other people, potentially losing rares, or do I just improve my own items, get to keep all my rares, and I still get to sell my stock, right? These are my options. Then somebody who wants to maximize the profit will, in this environment, choose to not take any improving orders, because I could still sell my high quality wares because I'm making them on my own, and I get to keep all the rares that I make, thus making a ton extra money that way. Okay, so now it comes down to, now you have a situation where, and this is what Brian's saying, is that you have a game now where if the optimal strategy is to not take any improving orders, you're going to have less people taking improvement orders in the economy. And it's going to shift the way that the economy in the game works. Yeah. Sort of.
So, like, imagine this is what I meant by a lose-lose situation. It's not the sour taste that people like Adam feel. That's not the problem. People get sour taste like forever, bitter taste. The problem is the result of that one transaction that took place, right? And the result of that transaction in Adam's case and in many other people's cases is, okay, if this is the case and I'm playing this game as to make money, I'm just not going to do this anymore. I'm not going to improve people's items anymore. And that's my choice as a seller. And that's what I'm saying is the underlining issue, is the reaction that ends up happening after a transaction like that. It wasn't actually the transaction. We all agree that if you turn an item rare, that's still the guy's item. Done. No question about it. Okay.
Right.
But it's what.
And I know not everybody's going to agree with this because Milkman was here. You're saying that you're a seller and you go into every transaction with the agreement that if you make it rare, you get to keep it, right? And there are sellers out there who do this. But what I'm saying is that as a buyer who is informed about this would not willingly go into that agreement. Like I wouldn't. So you've already lost me as a customer because you have that, you have that policy in place. Okay, yeah, so you're going to lose out on customers that way.
Things that happen because a scenario like this can exist. That's basically
right.
What the issue is really.
You also might get customers who go into it willingly, but then the moment that it happens to them, like they now lost their item that had their signature on it, let's say, or had their enchantments or whatever it is, and you're replacing it now with another item. And if that person didn't really feel good about that interaction, they're not going to come back to you for another improving job, right? So like as a seller, it's not advantageous to you to include this kind of policy. Okay, it's just going to give you a bad reputation, which you definitely don't want as a seller, for sure.
And so, if I was a developer and looking at this scenario, first choice I would have to make is this a problem enough for me to do something about?
Welcome to the stream.
Or is just this the way that the game is? And if I've come to the conclusion, let's say that, okay, there's not really a benefit to this happening. How you doing, OP? Is there a way that I can solve this? And if I put my headspace into that, would it be as simple enough as something like this? You make it so you can remove the chance of me getting a rare, like a toggle. Or having it so like if I created a tool bench or something and I was making the item on the tool bench, the rare chance goes away, but I get a bunch of bonuses because of that. Like I can increase the quality of the item much faster every single imp. Or like something like that, or I gain more experience if you want to go that route, like some sort of bonus.
So you as the Emperor can forego your rare rolls at the benefit of some other buff,
some other bonus
kind of thing.
So that negates the whole scenario potentially, that you're just going to randomly rare roll and there'll be some sort of contentious thing that may or may not occur for another benefit that will not make that scenario happen.
Oh, and I see, Milkman, you're saying that you normally have a stash, so you normally, if somebody asked for something, you would exchange it, and that would be the agreement out ahead. Okay, so that makes sense. Right, but you see how like you have to think through this as a seller to like, this feature affects the way you conduct your business. Is what.
That's the thing.
Yes.
Yeah, the feature affects the way that the economy ends up working.
Right.
Affects what people want to agree to, buyer or seller. It has and it will have a continued effect, even if we don't see it. Because I don't see it. I'm not a buyer or seller.
a lot of people won't see this, and that's because a lot of people don't have that economy-focused sort of play style, and that's okay. Like it's totally, from the non-economy focused play style, this seems like a non-issue, but it really comes down to, for those people who are really economy focused and their play style is such that they are always in the trade chat and they're always advertising their stuff, and then if ever you're on the side of I want to buy something from people who are advertising in trade chat, this is also going to affect you. Like, these are the types of things that has caused me to like not want to be part of the economy anymore. Like, I don't really play the economy style anymore, and partially because of these things.
So a bunch of things here. Drogos, you're saying then everyone at an Impelong would do this? Actually, no, because remember, it would be a choice, right? So an Impelong, it might still be beneficial to keep that rare roll going, because that's the fun of the Impelong. You're not doing it for the economy. You're not playing for it. So you would have the choice. You would just do it, and you would have the rare roll, and it would just be fun like that. But as another person, you could gain the other benefit. Depends on it's just an extra option for you, depending on the scenario that you're in.
But I think what Drogos is saying is that what you're going to find is that even if only half the people turn on that feature where they forego their rare roll, you're going to see less rare items made at Impelongs. And I think that he's arguing that we kind of want to see these rare items at Impelongs because it's kind of fun to see that.
I would argue that
unless
what you would see.
maybe the Impelong rules might be everybody must have their rare roll turned on. You know, like you can sort of have this sort of community.
There'd be no reason to turn it off, right? Because there's two main reasons why people imp stuff at Impelongs. One, they want to get more. They want to get experience. They want to get their skills.
And they want to and help out others.
And they want to help out others. That's the only reason you're there at the Impelong.
Yep.
You're not there to make money.
Yep.
And therefore, like, just if 50% of the reason, or even more, on why you're there is to help others, there wouldn't be a reason to turn it off. Or
Theomox
to be working on a tool bench or doing something that would negate that effect.
Like you're saying, if there was a feature in the game where there's an item that you make that would then trigger that options. Situation where...
Yeah, it wouldn't be like a setting option. I wouldn't want that, to be honest.
So CMX says, it's funny, it sounds very similar to economy we live in. Nobody repairs anything anymore, and we all end up having to buy new items, which I think is hilarious.
That's what ends up happening, to be honest, in our economy. which is really funny. Like, it happens. We don't notice it. I don't notice it. I don't buy and sell items within the economy for me to even notice. Therefore, for me, it makes just more sense that you own the item. If you're gonna improve, if I'm gonna get somebody to improve it, I want that item back. But even though I'm not in it, it has affected me indirectly, because people like Adam will no longer improve my item. There'll be less people, repairing items, like you're saying.
I mean, by the way, I'm trying to get somebody to imp my rope tool, and I can't seem to find anybody really to do that.
You'd have to resort to friends, which is usually what we do anyway here. So that's why we don't see the effect.
So I asked Brian here what his fine carpentry skill is, and it's not quite there yet.
No, I have not worked on it.
Yeah, I'm looking for a pretty high imp, like probably 80 or something like that. Okay, so it sounds like a huge punish to the seller if they don't want to be in the situation where the item becomes rare, then they can't get any or all skill gain, right? So it's like you, as the seller, you're kind of like choosing between playing the economy or skill gain sort of thing. Nin was saying, I think a mechanism where on first creation of a rare, for the first X minutes, you can transfer that rarity to an item blank and restore the item to normal state. The blank is then transferable to the same exact type, so as long as it's unenchanted and unruined.
Like create some sort of item, some sort of blueprint or ruin or something. That you can put the rare on.
So Dalrace, I'll pay you to improve it, but what is your fine carpentry skill? Not Nin's ideas. Okay, so this sounds like a lose-lose for the seller. Right, oh, the one where you're turning off your skill gain, let's say, but you also don't get rare rolls. or not skill game, but you were talking about, let's say,
okay, so like turning off
bench
the rare
that makes
roll.
it so that there's options, right? Yeah, I turn off my rare roll and I get something else in exchange for that.
Right.
But
Because
then
remember, it's not just
an
about
issue
rare roll we're talking about, right? Like, as a person that plays in your playstyle, what is the most valuable commodity that you have?
You mean as the economy playstyle?
Yeah.
Well, definitely
it?
the most valuable would be the fact that you can make rares. That's by
Okay, I would
far.
argue that's not your most valuable commodity.
Okay.
That your most valuable commodity is time.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
It's time.
Okay, yeah, totally.
Right? 'Cause
time.
How long does it take me to create this item up? How long does it?
Yep.
And if you can reduce that by a substantial amount, so if you're saying, oh, well, okay, normally it would take me 10 minutes to spend the time on improving this guy's item to 80.
But yeah, if I could do that in 7 minutes.
But you could do that in 5 minutes, let's say.
Yeah.
Would you be willing to take that to remove the rare roll in that 5 minutes?
Right. I totally feel like that would help. Like if you would just remove the possibility of a rare roll, and that increases your imping action time, or like increases the time that it, or makes it faster.
Yeah.
Totally, that would
in
fix
turn,
the issue, I think.
Let's say that tool bench could give you a 50% chance more of a rare roll if you wanted, by reducing some other factor, like
like how much is improving it by.
Yeah, how much improving it by. Like this is not just the one. This is like some item that allows you to customize the way that you're improving an item in general, not just for this one scenario, really.
Right. That's interesting. And I saw Joe came in. How's it going, Joe? And Lion X are here too. What's going on?
Yes, I really want these benches to be put in. I've talked about it for 8 years.
I know. These benches.
Tool bench. Workbench of some kind.
Okay, I cannot
anyway, just another reason.
Oh yeah, I can destroy
have these workbenches.
I think you might need to do the destroying here because you're the mayor and you'll have the mayor bonus.
And hey, Sipaku, how you doing?
Hey, Sipaku.
Let me stop this. You can continue these actions.
Anything that increases the rare chance might kill the rare market. Yeah. Well, I mean, over the past couple of years, they've made so many changes recently that increase the amount of rares that can come out into the market. Archaeology, I would argue.
Many changes, yeah.
Archaeology, I would argue, doubles. Oh, I think I fixed it. Did I?
Did you? I feel like it was just one hit because of how little.
One hit, because
okay.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
So one hit
over here for no reason.
Right, like archaeology for sure, like doubled the amount of rares.
Oh, okay.
For sure. Or at least potentially doubled, right? Because you can.
Yeah, I mean, there's been so many changes over the years of rare. There's no like standard way of doing it these days, to be honest.
Mm.
And I'm going to assume it'll just keep changing throughout the years.
Did you figure out which side was which?
I should get this out of the way here.
Like I should be making a left one or a right one
idea.
Here? No, you still don't know. Okay.
Just give it your best shot. I believe.
Right, because like
it's one of the east or west.
Okay, so this is on the north of the tile, the north side of the tile,
but facing south.
Oh no, sorry, you're right. This is the south side of the tile, right? So is it that I face myself north, which I think is this way? This way is north, and then I do it from that perspective.
The best way to have shown. Actually, no. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, Brian's back on his workbench kick again. I see.
For all the people following our videos over the years. Yeah, I've mentioned it a lot.
And Seppuku, you're undergoing a very optimistic project, digging tar to get rare one, and then attaching it to a Gnar so that it turns rare. I give it a 0.00001% chance. Yeah.
We had an hour-long conversation about that.
Yeah, about how to make a rare boat. Yeah. You might want to get a few more rare components there. Like, I've been saving up my cordage rope because I've been making tons of cordage, and every time I get a rare one, I just save it.
And you know what it is?
Potentially putting into a boat.
It's not about the tool bench, as much as I talk about tool benches. It's about giving players something to look forward to, like an end game. The tool bench is the high level, represents that high level item that changes the way that we, or can customize the way that we play when we get to a higher level. Like it represents progress, character progression. That's more of what I'm all about.
Yes. Character progression is always good.
Character progression, village progression, alliance progression, any kind of progression. And
Atomic, you got a Supreme Cat's Eye the other day. Yeah, I know. It's like just like my Supreme. I've gotten quite a few Supremes now. Portage rope. I got a couple Supreme rock shards. These sorts of things. Yeah. Kind of sucks when that happens, but yeah, that's what ends up happening in this game.
Anyway, compasses. We wanted to talk about compasses. So
let's take a left turn.
Yeah. I feel like not enough people talk about compasses, especially since we've had a whole slew of new players come into this game. And I don't know, like all of you new players, have you looked into compasses and to understand that there's greater compasses out there than the ones that you start with, or how that progression works if you make your own compass? Because I feel like compasses are not a regular item that you would be sitting there creating. And there's a number of reasons why. It's not just because it's not part of a regular profession system, right? To create a compass, you need to have miscellaneous skill. It's one of the miscellaneous skill items.
Deathwind, thanks for the sub.
Hey, how are you doing? Thanks for that. Thanks for that sub. Just in time to talk about compasses. Go ahead, Adam.
Compasses, yeah. Compasses are one of those things that everybody starts with, right? So it might not occur to people to like look into getting a better compass. However, what you notice about the compass that you start with is that it takes a very long time for it to settle, and that the moment you start walking, it unsettles right away.
It's just one of those skills.
Yeah, making a compass is really hard, and you'll find that if you try to start making compasses, you're gonna start by making essentially low quality compasses every single time. Like they'll come out at like 10
pottery, blacksmithing, and miscellaneous items to make one compass.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and furthermore, it's a combining item, right? Like you literally have to combine two items together and then complete it. So there's like 3 items to the compass, and that makes it so the outcome quality is like so random. It's dependent on the quality of each item, and it's also dependent on your skill in miscellaneous that will determine the outcome. And even if everything is good, you could always come out with a low quality compass still.
And you're right.
Yeah, then it can't be improved.
Improve it. And Deathwind, you are 100%. Once you have a good compass, you never go back. Yeah.
Also, Nin, you made a 66 quality compass. See, I'd say once compasses get into that range, 66 quality, there's very little gain to get out of a higher quality compass than that, because a 66 quality compass should settle within a second.
Listen, there's actually
Or
two things that a compass gives you, the higher quality. There's two features. One,
Yes.
The first one is what I was talking about, how long it takes for it to settle. But the second one that I don't think people, maybe new players might not notice, is that it also gives you the ability to use your compass while you're moving for a specific amount of time.
Yeah,
So
it'll
to
stay settled.
unsettle. So it's like settling and unsettling has an effect to the quality of it has effect to both of those.
Yeah, yeah. It's so great when you have this high quality compass that you stop moving, it settles instantly, and then you start riding on your horse and it stays settled for the next 20 seconds or so. Yeah, as Deathwind put it, it's like once you have that, you don't ever want to go back to the way that compasses were before that. Can it settle while drifting on a boat, or do you have to moor? I don't think it settles while drifting on a boat, although they might have changed that recently with the new set sail, like where you can set your sails. Hey,
Yeah,
I don't know. Can anybody confirm? I haven't looked at it since they changed it. Yeah, but the way you used to do it is what Lionx is saying is, and what I would do is I would just jump out. Like I would, as the driver, you just disembark. The boat stops moving, and you just can re-embark, and it'll settle your compass.
But wouldn't that be great? As for the what is the system I called it? The master system or whatever I called it. That's a really bad mastery system. It's a really bad word.
Mm.
Wouldn't that be cool for compasses to be able to?
Yeah. Switch to sitting.
To give it some really cool options. But also know that, WOA also has a high, an amazing impact on your compass as well.
I actually haven't done too many tests about that. Like, to what extent does having WA on your compass affect the... I know we did a bunch of tests where we went around and we had a whole bunch of WA compasses, and we timed how long it took to settle and how many tiles you can walk before it unsettles.
Let's do this. Do you still have... Oh, you don't have Xander in. Why don't you...
I don't.
Log Xander in while I look for my compass.
Okay. And we'll chance it, because...
And we're going to chance it. So I have a low 26 quality compass that Adam made for me.
Okay, so get some numbers off of that now. Like, how long does it take to settle? And
11 seconds.
Okay,
I think it's so low quality that it doesn't allow me to move while being
so it doesn't allow you to move at all. Okay, so I'm going to load up. I thought I want here, so stay quiet for a bit.
Oh, I was wrong. It's about a second. It could be lag. Let's find out. Let's do that again. So 11 seconds. And then, not like a second, not even a second, and it fades away. Let's see how long. I wasn't actually paying attention to the tooltip. And that's right, Sipiku, WA or BOTD will affect the compass in the same way. Yeah, it was about, for the tooltip, it was about over a second before it stopped telling me which direction I was moving. Okay, so let's write that down. Let's say about a second. A little bit more for the tooltip to unsettle, and about 11 seconds for it to become settled. There's your priest. Let me trade my compass of a 26 quality, 26.31 quality. And let's take a look.
Okay.
Let's see how long it takes him to get a cast on this thing. And not
it
blow
could be
it up,
on
right?
the first.
Right?
Right, and not blow it up. But it's very possible that this gets blown up. It's very possible.
Don't blow up my compass.
Yeah, WA and BOTD both have the exact same effect on compasses.
Yeah. No, Taiki Vetre, no. The opposite of kaboom.
It could be
Here we
the
go.
other kind of kaboom of like, yeah, kaboom.
Yes, that type of kaboom. I'll take that.
99 WA on a 20. Yeah.
All right.
Let's
Moment
see
of truth
here.
fails.
The compass emits a deep, worrying sound of resonance,
No.
but stays intact. So we're good. We're good. Let's try again.
Okay.
Shall we? Oh wait, I don't need that many. So let's see. 5 is 38. I only need 6. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a couple from here. Oh, okay. So Tuxie, the Atom Cam is not on the priest at the moment. It's on it's on Griffith, who I have staring at the ground, simply so that it's less
Laggy.
rendering going on, less laggy. So,
Unfortunately.
unfortunately, we don't have it set up so I can easily switch that. Okay, so let's try again.
Here we go.
Oh,
I see you start
10
the
more
cast.
seconds.
Here we go. You look pleased. That's a good sign.
I do look somewhat pleased. It's
Please
a
don't say,
19
like,
WOA.
19 WOA. Okay.
Do you want to just see what
test it,
19
test it.
does?
Yeah, you can test it
Okay,
on your
so-
character.
Okay. So let's see. I'm going to just move around a whole bunch. And a whole bunch. And then I'm going to stop and see how long it takes to settle. 17 seconds. Didn't you say it was 11 seconds to
It
begin
was
with?
11 seconds. No, you have. You know what it is? It's that it's still using your other compass.
Oh, okay. So you take this one back. I'd have to relog, right? For that to take
You
effect.
would have to remove your compass. I'm not sure if you have to relog still. I know that was the case
Okay.
a while ago. Okay, so stopping 10 seconds. So it
Right, get
reduced
rid
it
of
a
it.
second.
Okay, so 19 WA reduced it a second. I can't imagine you're going to notice a difference for the...
Oh, you have
Okay,
to get
so
rid of both
Taiki's
and
saying-
then pick up one. Okay, so now let
Right,
me
okay,
see
interesting.
how many seconds here. One. I mean,
Is it
increased
noticeably
basically the
longer?
amount. A little bit.
Little bit? Okay.
It's like
pass it back. I'm gonna see if I
as
can improve that
slight
cast.
as you would think.
Okay, so like 19 WOA is very slight. Okay, let's
A
see what
second's
happens.
pretty good,
if we
though.
can improve
But
that.
75 WOA. You know, get that down into like the 7 seconds or something. All right. So you sacked some items.
Sacrificing.
You made 40 to 50 ones.
Nice. Yeah,
That's
we're planning on starting on a compass making spree soon.
Yeah, we don't have good, like I would have to work on my pottery if I really wanted.
Right. Skill. Yeah, we need skill. That's what we need.
Is that what I do?
did
Is
not
that my
go so
next
well.
skill? Work
Pottery?
days and days on pottery to get some like 70 quality pottery jars just for compasses. Nothing else. All right, here we go.
Okay, so you bought good pots and the needles. Okay, and got the olives yourself.
How high were the olives that you used? And I guess the other question. No, you failed, but it's still there.
Failed,
right?
but it's still there. Didn't shatter it.
So, yeah. So how high was the olive oil that you made? So I'm a little curious. The quality of the olive oil that allowed you to. So you were in the 30s. So then that allowed you to make like some 40 to 50 quality compasses. Because I feel like if we had some 50 quality compasses with WA on it, you know, you would not be.
We would be happy with
that.
You
would be so happy.
Yeah, totally. Oh, there it goes.
You didn't shatter it, right? Compass. It doesn't say there, this compass shatters. Ah.
Well, what's nice is that Griffith has another 26 quality compass.
We have another one that you can shatter.
It would be have another one we could shatter, yeah. My channeling is at 64.
You said 60... 64?
64. Yeah, 64. Okay, so I'm just gonna trade him a 6 quality compass, which is the same.
So we could come out of this day with no more compasses in our possession, or a really awesome compass. Ah.
Okay, let's see here. We need a little bit of favor. Am I channeling being at 64? I mean, it's... I was really lucky.
Oh,
thanks, Talon, for the follow. Like, I had originally decided to start as a foe, and I had full intention of staying foe, because at the time we had other people who were doing the Venora priesting. Oh, 14. Cast of 14. This is what casting feels like. And then eventually those people who were being priests in our area ended up deciding to stop playing, and so we were sort of stuck with we kind of would like to have a Venora priest around.
Mm-hmm.
And so I decided to switch to Venora. But what was nice is that Foe has a really nice way of leveling up. Like, it's really easy to level up your channeling as a foe. So I got my channeling to 55 or 56 just by casting Morning Fog over and over again. And Morning Fog only had 5 favor, like only needed 5 favor to cast. So you could literally cast it, wait for 1 tick, and then cast it again and wait for 1 tick and just keep doing that over and over again. And that got me to 55 or 56 even, maybe. And then to get to 64, all I've been doing is vesseling gems, like I showed on on a couple streams ago. I just, every time I get a gem, I actually did a bunch more yesterday. I probably got a quarter point in channeling just by doing some of my low quality gems. God, this is so frustrating.
Why, did you just get a low cast?
Yeah, no, I damaged it. I failed the cast, and not only failed it, but I damaged it. So that's going to affect it. So Creepy Finger Guns, what channeling are you at now that you've done Opulence? What do I need here? I need 2 of these. Because Opulence can actually take you quite far. The only problem with Opulence is that it costs 10 favor. Right. You're right that it isn't going to give you a lot after that. You're right. 36 is really that point where, you know, Opulence stops working very well. But there isn't really a better option between there and either just casting Circle of Cunning or, every other option requires you to sacrifice favor. Right? Like some people might say, do the ring enchantment thing. But even that is going to cost you favor to do. So for Libella, you should be casting True Hit.
No.
But that will only take you again so far. Like that'll take you just as far as Opulence takes. Oh, I just shattered that one.
No.
Right.
So we have no compasses left.
No compass. Well, I have a 22 quality compass. We would have to test it out beforehand. So let's see.
22 quality compasses.
I'm going to drop all my compasses. I do have my 10 quality compass too. We'll have to make some more compasses. Okay. So I pick up this compass and let's do a bunch. I'm just going to do some tests again to see the numbers. And I have a feeling like I might shatter this one too, but let's see. Okay, so this one starts 13 seconds.
You're starting to break up because of your thing. So you're saying 16 seconds?
No, 13.
13 seconds.
Like it says 13 and then quickly goes to 12. So it's just above 13 seconds.
Okay.
And then let's see. Once it starts settling, once it's settled. It's like 1 second, approximately. I'd say it stays settled for maybe 1 second or just less than 1 second.
Oh, man.
It's a pretty bad
compass.
compass.
The pliers. Why does it allow me to add the border, the wall border, the wooden border on these walls without a pliers? Pliers removes them.
Right.
And
but you can add the back.
them?
That's so funny.
Anyway, go ahead.
Okay, so Nin, you're saying 66 quality and 40 WA is 12 seconds of stable time moving, and under 1 second for partially unstable resets, and about 2 seconds for fully unstable. That's like, I mean, there's not really much improvement after that. Like I know that the higher the quality and the more WA, like the bigger compasses will have longer than 12 seconds of stable moving. Like I've seen compasses that, will be stable for over 20 seconds. But in terms of becoming stable, like 1 second for the partially and 2 seconds for the fully is like, it's like how much better do you want it to be? Okay.
We had some high compasses on our main characters that were pretty good, but okay, which wall did you choose? The arched wall. Left or right?
I chose the right.
You should have chose left.
Was it the? Oh, really? Dang it!
I'll just.
So, the logic I used for that one was I faced myself towards the north.
You thought it was the north. Okay.
But I guess it's face yourself towards the south, or it could also be based on which way is facing out towards the outside of the building. It could be that as well.
We'll have to remove this. Did you make those pliers?
I did.
Oh, you did.
Put them
in the cart here.
Cart.
Okay. Cool.
Okay, let's try to not shatter this one.
There we go.
So Drogas, you're saying you can't get yourself to do the vessel grinding, so your skill comes from COC training now. Slow but steady. Yep. Slow but steady is right. There's no quick way, really. Okay, I got 39 WA.
Ooh.
That's good. So let's
see. Going right. Need a
okay,
fence
so
bar.
here we go. Let's move on. So it was just 13 seconds to settle and a 39 WOA. is going to make it 10 seconds. So that was a pretty good improvement.
So 3 seconds.
So
Almost.
I got 3
Maybe a bit
seconds quicker settling time. And let's let it settle, do a full settle. Okay, and now I'm going to start walking and see how long I can go for. Definitely longer. I got a good 3 seconds out of that.
Wow.
Yeah. So it went from maybe like 1 second to 3 seconds of settled movement.
Yeah. It's possible if you get really good at this that you could get a compass that will settle instantly, that would take like 20 plus seconds to unsettle. And so virtually you would have a compass at all times, other than certain scenarios like on boats and stuff. But you wouldn't have to do much to get it settled again. And we had something like that. We had one that was like 80, maybe high 80 quality compasses with, you know, a good 80 or 90 WOA on it.
Yeah.
And like even that was not worth it for us. Like it got to the point where it was like it was too good that we could live with a 50 quality
yeah,
you know, with like 70 WOA or something like that. Like that was good enough for us.
Do you need a crappy compass now?
Yeah, I guess so. Give me that crappy compass. Well, now we know what compasses can do, and we sacrifice our compasses to find out for you.
Yep. We definitely want to be making more compasses soon, though.
Yeah, I think we almost have to now.
Yeah.
If we were on the fence before.
Yep. So for all of you contemplating on whether or not you want to make a priest, yeah, that's kind of what you're going to expect. You're going to have to expect a lot of losing of stuff.
So smart things that you'd want WOA cast on specifically. What do you think, Adam? Other than the normal things like tools.
So I hear weapons are good to have WOA instead of nimbleness in the event that your weapon is a slow weapon. Right? So if you're using a two-handed weapon, putting WA on that is actually pretty good in comparison to nimbleness, especially if your fight skill's pretty good, right? Because all that nimbleness does is it increases the chance that you land a hit. But if your fight skill is high enough, you're already going to land most hits anyway, and nimbleness isn't really going to help you in that regard. And in that situation, you want to put WA on it because WA will reduce the time between swings. It'll make you swing faster. And that could very well translate to better damage per second. Unfortunately, Tuxie, you cannot put it on vehicles to make them go faster. That would be cool if you could, but you can't.
Is it that you can't,
yeah, so
or that it does nothing when you do?
Oh, you can, but it does nothing. So yeah, there's ruins, as Velvet Sun is putting out there. So ruins you can put on boats and carts and things. Yeah, you can put it on saddles, but not vehicles. An interesting thing about saddles is that it'll only increase the horse if you're riding the horse, but the saddle will not increase the speed of a horse that's hitched to a cart. For some, I guess that kind of makes sense. You're not really using the saddle, right? Whereas horseshoes will increase a cart hitched horse. I don't know if there's anything else that you would want to put WA on other than the obvious things like tools and things. Can you think of anything?
Let's think about that. I feel like there probably is one. Does WOA do anything with forges? I'm guessing no.
Nope. Nope. Yeah. Yeah, it would be interesting if we could put it on our own shoes and boots. Oh yeah,
That's a good
WA on
one.
clay. That's
Yeah.
definitely something
I
for
feel like I still have
mortar
one
making.
of those. Do I still have a WOA clay? Huh, you know what? I might not.
Yeah, lumps
Or
for imping.
Is it
Yeah.
here? There it is. Is it still 42 WA? It is. Why did I?
Nice.
42 WA clay.
I also did make some WA clay for my guys to make mortar.
All right. So what do we want to do with these two? Do the same thing?
Right. Okay, so these two.
Opening and
Yeah. I'm wondering if it should be the other way around. Actually, I don't know. Actually, what do you think here?
yeah, doesn't have to.
So it's not ideal, but like to have the opening here, I
Yeah.
feel.
I think a WA log does work, or a COC log as an example. The only issue is that you can't combine logs like you can with
Yeah.
clay. So you can combine clay
Right.
and still have WA on it. Logs, it's one and done.
Yeah, if you do it on a log, the other thing about it is that you can't really put it down without it decaying either. So unless you have a large magic chest or something like this, you kind of have to end up carrying it around with you until it's all done. And once it's done, you have to get a new one. So I'm noticing we're kind of strapped on space here, right? Like it makes no sense to put a ramp up here to the door,
Right.
because then this is going to ruin the land here. But it also makes it rough to put the ramp here in the door, because
Why?
my feeling was that the storage area would be all along here, and that the actual hallway will be along this tile where you're looking out.
Yeah, I mean, forget about the hallway scenario then. How about just one big open space?
One big open space, yeah.
Now that I see it,
But
makes sense.
what are you thinking? One big open door, you mean?
No, just like the door there where you are. But
The
then
door
once
here.
you're inside, it's just one big open room.
Open space that's not decorated or anything? And not
Well, it's
useful
just
for
storage
anything?
place.
Storage space, okay. I definitely want the storage on this side, so it'll be sort of like having to walk in and swivel your path this way,
Yeah.
which is a little bit awkward, but I guess sort of the only option. So
Yeah, it's okay.
let's do it, I
it's,
guess.
And it's like, we'll have a 2-story high ceiling, I'm assuming, and then on some sides you could have like a floor if you want, or
Yeah, logs don't fit in large magic chests. Interesting. I mean, I guess you can probably use it to the point where it would once, but
I don't
but, yeah.
think does the volume even change on those things if you reduce the weight? I don't think it does.
Maybe not. Yeah. Water is an interesting one to put a WA cast on.
All right, I'm gonna do
This-
the Oriole here.
This works for all imping actions except for any smithing imping actions for some reason. I mean, I'd call it a bug, but honestly, it's really a feature now where water that has been enchanted, if you use that for any smithing, so weapon smithing, armor smithing, blacksmithing, the enchantment on the water will do nothing. So WA will not speed it up, COC will not give you more skill. However, if you use that same water that has WA on it for tailoring in the exact same way, it will increase the speed. Yeah, I know. It sounds like a bug. However, this bug has been there since the beginning of time. And the devs have acknowledged this bug and have not put a fix in it for it. So it is a bug. However, it has now become a feature. Yeah, perhaps it needs to be fixed. Sure, it should. Now, what's interesting is that
bug fixes. They'll eventually
what's
get around
so
to
interesting about it is that if you use water to temper while smithing, and the item that you're tempering has WA on it, your tempering action will gain that WA. Okay, so this was my strategy for getting my weaponsmithing up on the old servers. Was I would make a whole lot of weapons. Like, let's say I have 20 longswords, and I would take my priest and cast COC on all the longswords. That way, whenever I did my tempering action on those longswords, I would gain the benefit of the COC that was on the longswords. And that got around the whole problem of tempering action not getting a buff.
That's kind of funny. Is that the only item that it does that in reverse sort of feature?
It's the only item.
Water.
Water while tempering on smithing only.
Smithing items.
Because you can use water to improve on tailoring, and is there another thing that you can use water to improve? Yeah. Yeah, see, it does sound reasonable that your water can improve. Oh yeah, pottery, there it is. Yeah. So you use enchanted water for pottery or tailoring, and it works just like a hammer would, or like it works just like any other tool on any other imping action. The only time it doesn't is when you're tempering while smithing.
Wow.
Right. It's so weird. It is like a bug. The problem is that bug has been there forever and has not been addressed.
So there you go, an advanced weaponsmithing technique from Adam.
Right.
/ blacksmith.
Like, some people will argue that if you want to get your weaponsmithing up, what you should do is improve spears, because you can improve those using carpentry. But then you run into that problem where in order to have COC on all your tools, you would need to have a COC log, which eventually runs out and would need to be replaced. So that's what some people will suggest. But I suggest that if you have unlimited COC casting ability, you have your own priest, that just cast COC on all of the items that you're imping.
Right, so opening or something else?
Let's do opening.
Okay.
Or should we do portcullis?
That's the other option.
Let's just do opening. Leave it sort of like as a big open thing.
Okay. All right, final wall, other than the fences.
Right.
Did you know which kind of fences that you wanted?
So I was debating between the low, what do you call it? The chain? The chain link fence? Or the chain fence? And then the other one is the tall iron fence.
The tiny chain link fence to make it completely open.
Yeah.
Or
completely open,
complete
or
tall iron fence. That's your two options.
Yeah. It'll be open, but
Okay.
like it'll be barred, right? Like a full-on barred thing.
What do you
Yeah,
think?
I'm not sure. I wonder, have they fixed the chain fences to be a little bit higher than they used to be?
What do you mean? I don't think so.
You know?
What do you mean?
Like-
fix it? Like it was broken? Like what do you mean?
It used to be that if you're in a house with floors, so you build a floor. You know how the floor has like a little bit of
I see. Does it not sink
space,
into
and then
the floor?
right, and then the chain fence would sink into the floor so that its arch would make it so that it looks like it's touching the floor.
Has anybody done that recently? Built a chain
Like,
link
have they
fence
made it so
inside of a house with floors?
Because it only happens on the first floor, because on the first floor you get this extra 3 slope that the bottom floor pushes everything up. And I remember when they first added this to the game, and everybody would sink into the floor, right? Like if you're walking in the house, you can see this in old Wurm videos, your feet and ankles would all be sunken into the floor. The horses would be sunken into the floor. The wagons, everything would be sunken into the floor.
Don't horses still sink into the floor? I'm not sure.
No, they fixed that.
Oh, they fixed that?
Yeah. And then all fences that you build also are sunken into the floor. And normal fences, it doesn't really matter too much because you don't really notice a 3 slope. But the chain fence is so low to begin with that having it sunken into the floor makes it literally touch the floor. Like it's on the... It's a fence, but it's like not raised up off the floor. It's just a chain that looks like it's resting on the floor. Now they fixed all the other things. They made it so that you now are actually on the floor and your horses are on the floor. I'm pretty sure the carts as well. But I was pretty sure they hadn't fixed the fences. So I'd want to see first whether or not...
One option is to just not add floors to the bottom level.
Okay, that's true. And we can make it like just a pavement.
Yeah.
I actually like that idea.
Okay.
Oh
There's
yeah,
no
the only problem
with
is
with the top level if you're wanting that.
right. Yeah. Otherwise, we have that situation that we have in our workshop right now. Right.
That's right.
We have one floor, just so that you can have a staircase.
Although, can you remove that floor after you build the staircase and still use it?
Yes, you can, but then the staircase looks like it's floating. The bottom of the staircase will be 3 slope
I'm
off.
okay with that.
Yeah, we
I
could
don't
do
know
that.
about
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Done. We are done. The walls.
Yeah, and Drogos, you've had that dream before, and then Tuxie's, I built a stable and had to rip out the floors because the gates were cutting through them. Yeah, okay, so they haven't fixed the gate cutting through the floors problem. Then you get winter snow floors. That's true as well. That's another thing to consider, is that if we go with pavement, then in the winter it will get covered in snow, even though it
gives
inside
you a
of the
little
house.
character to your house.
Yeah. And Tyrannus Gaming saying, just don't park your cart behind it. The owner can close it later on. Oh, those memories. What is that in reference to? Behind what?
Ooh, use carpets.
Okay, yeah, that's true. Although you have to make sure they're placed properly, otherwise you get the Z fighting going on between the carpets.
Yeah, you can do that easily now.
Yeah. Chain fence on the floor. Oh, right. Just don't forget. Yeah. Okay. Right. So now the question is, do we have planks? I don't even know if we have planks.
Yeah. We must have a
We'll
few.
have to go up to the... I know I made a whole bunch of planks, but then I used a lot of them to create bulk storage bin stuff.
Ah.
I don't know what percentage are left over. We might have 100 or so, though. How many tiles is this that we would need a second floor for? 2, 3,
Thought you were wanting
4,
the whole
5,
thing.
6, 7, 14, and 14 times 5 is like 70, so... Let's look how many planks we got. All right, we got actually a couple hundred planks here. Looks like just over 200. And we should have a bunch of nails too. So, and I didn't bring the cart up.
However, you'll have to, if you can think about this ahead of time, this could save us some headache.
What's
Are
that?
you wanting to have a second floor on any point of this storage room?
Probably
And
not.
where?
So,
Okay, so you wouldn't.
let me think about this.
Because if you...
The actual question, like I'm okay not having any second floor. So like that is to say vaulted ceiling all the way to the second
Yeah.
floor. Unless I do something like you did in your workshop where there's like a shelf.
Yeah.
Like that might be something. Although then the question is, what kind of way would we use to get up there? Like, how did you get up to your shelf? Do you make an opening and then destroy the opening and put it with a floor?
Yes.
Right. See, if I put a shelf, I'd want to have a way up there, like an opening or something that would lead me up there. We should turn on the lantern.
Which lantern?
The picture here. Oh yes, yes, that's the chain fences on the floor picture. Right. So that's what it's gonna look like if it's the chain fence.
With a floor.
Ugh, so dumb. Why haven't they
And here's...
raised the chain fence?
Okay.
Like, in fact, they don't actually have to change anything about the code. They can keep the fences sinking into the floor. All they need to do is just raise the chain fence model.
That's what
Just make it a little bit higher. Yeah, it looks like it's
That's funny.
sitting on the floor, the chain. And then you can't get through, like, it acts like a wall. And it makes you feel like, why can't I just step over this fence? So dumb. And what does the openings take? Planks
Oh no, is it really
and
dark?
the small nail? Yeah, it's kind of dark now. It's small nails. Okay, so we got a bunch of small nails.
Where do I have my lantern?
Let me go get the cart. I'm gonna bring some stuff.
There we
I'm
go.
also gonna start making some chain for the. Oh no, wait. I'm not sure. Do we do the chain then, or do we just go with?
Oh, that's
fences?
still your choice.
Right, still open question here.
Knowing that no matter which fence that you choose, the pillar is going to go through the middle of it.
Yes. My hope, though, is that. Oh, I see, because the pillar's in the middle.
Yes. Which is fine. Like, the chain actually might
That's
be
fine.
okay doing that if you want to.
The chain going through it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the chain looks like it's going right down the bottom anyway, yeah. Yeah, that's true. Maybe for that reason we do the chain, simply because
Unless
all
there's
the other
any
fences...
moment you're wanting to build a bridge down to another level through one of these.
I don't think that that's going to be a thing, because like, the only thing I can think of that would cause us to want to do that is if
Well,
at the
you
very bottom in front of
build a
here,
house
we
and
might
then
want
put a bridge between the two houses. But
put a house down there, yeah.
you could always just remove the fence. That wouldn't be too hard.
Right.
All right.
Yeah.
I feel like
Okay.
you're going with the chain link fences. And then the
Yeah,
question
let's do
is,
chain link
what do we
fences.
need for that? Do we have the mats?
No. So I'm gonna put some planks in the cart, and I'll also make the chains for the
And then
fences.
the other choice was the second level.
And you could build the openings. Yeah. the second level openings while
What
I'm
was
making
the
the
second
chain.
level? What were the second level options for you? Did you decide not to have one, or to have one at certain areas?
Yeah, so maybe we can have one at certain areas along the back there where there's one opening that can
Like
lead us up to the shelf.
I guess it would be 3 tiles wide would be in the middle, or you could have 5 tiles wide.
Let's just do 3 tiles wide. I think it's good enough.
You want the middle one to be an opening?
The middle one. I feel like it makes sense to put it on one of the side ones.
You could have 2.
Let me see which
one on each side.
Which 3
Or make it
tiles are we thinking
symmetrical.
of here?
All right, I'll let you decide that. I'll be right back.
Okay, so we're gonna basically come in here. We're gonna take a right, and it's gonna be like we could easily make that first tile that the tent is right there, and that could even be the opening, right? And I wonder, opening or spiral staircase. I'm not sure. Also, Drogas, you got the Atom Cam going, yeah. So like, I'm imagining like coming into this area here, and hanging a right. There'll be a doorway, hang a right, and then just to the right there'll be a shelf. Right up there. For 3 tiles, maybe 4. Yeah. Either 3 or 4 tiles, I'd say. There could be the opening and then 3 more tiles. Let's say. Yeah, I was also wondering whether or not I would want a staircase that led up to the top floor from here as well. So in that situation, maybe instead of having an opening, having a staircase here that leads up to that shelf, and then another staircase that leads up to the upper floor. Are we both allergic to lanterns? Yeah, it's partly, it's like a protest sort of thing. At least for me it is. I don't know, Brian can tell you what it is for him, but the thing is that this game has gone through many changes in terms of the lighting and the way the lighting works, and currently the current iteration is that, in my opinion, I don't feel like we need lanterns. Because you can see everything regardless of what time of day it is or what time of night it is. And I don't find it any more challenging to see stuff in the dark than I do in the day. And so I just don't use lanterns anymore. I also don't put up too many lamps, although I did put a couple lamps up at the workshop. Yeah, so recently they changed caves. So caves are now dark again. But there was like a long period of time where caves were not dark. And so you did not need lanterns in caves either. Right, unless you're watching a streamer without a lantern. It's possible that it's harder on a stream to watch a person without a lantern. But, I mean, it's nighttime right now, right? Like, what time is it? In the game, it's 3 a.m. And I can see those linden trees at the bottom of the farm pretty clearly. Without any trouble, I can see the end of the farm, and I could see the distant terrain perfectly fine at 3 a.m. With no trouble whatsoever. I can see very, very far. And I can see all the stuff that's around me very clearly. And so I almost feel like there's even a light, a glow, right? Like there's a light, and that might be coming from the moon. The light up at the trees there are coming from the workshop, forge and stuff. Yeah. I don't know. Lanterns and lights just take all that much effort, and it doesn't pay off really, because it doesn't help you see better when you can already see 100% good. Okay, so I'm gonna go make some chains. When we first started playing Wurm, and this is another place where I could use my old man Adam face. Nights were dark, like super dark, where you couldn't see in front of you. Like you might be able to see the tree that's in front of you, but the next tree beyond that was in shadow. And so I know we definitely complained about how dark it was back then. We all were like, wow, this is so dark. Like it makes it so hard to travel anywhere. We would like wait on our deed before it was daytime, before we would go out hunting or before we would go out traveling. We'd be like, okay, I'm gonna go back to the start of town to get my whatever it was from the trader that's there, but I don't want to go now because it's dark. So I'm gonna wait till it's light. And we would complain about it back then, but then when they removed that, it's like that nostalgia. You miss it, you know. You miss the having to worry about night, and it makes it so that there's less threat. You know, I don't even notice a difference between night and day anymore. It could be night, it could be day, and to me, it's equivalent, with or without a lantern. I don't know if that means that it's better or worse or whatever. I know lots of people like it, that they don't have to worry about it being dark at night. I just think it adds an extra element of fun to the game if it was dark at night. And I guess people can choose to agree or disagree with that. Let's see. How do I make a chain for this? Is it large anvil? Guessing. Large anvil with iron. Large chain link, that's it. You find it to be a good way to get rid of the low quality tars that are left over when I dig for high quality tar for ships. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, you can see both sides. Yeah, I know. The devs are put in that position where if they do make nights darker, you're going to upset a whole bunch of people. For sure. Yeah, sure. Nights are bright. That's fine. I'm just going to hold to the... Yeah, they made their choice. I'm going to hold to my position of...
Made half the population angry for making it lighter.
Light, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
I don't know.
And if that's like, I'm just going to hold to my position that if the nights are going to be bright, then I just don't need lanterns for that situation then. I mean, the only reason to use a lantern now would be for role-playing purposes, you know? If you want to be like, oh, it's the dead of night and I would like my character to be holding a lantern because of that. It's not going to help you see better, though. How about fog? Yeah. Fog got nerfed to the ground. So, like, fog used to be blinding. But two things changed. One is that fog never becomes that blinding anymore. Like, it's always... You can still see pretty far. It does obstruct view. But also, fog happens so far less frequently than it used to that on this server, I saw it once. The entire time we've been playing, where it got to be a decent fog. I've seen fog a couple times, but not to the point where like it's obstructing your view. So I saw it once where it was obstructing my view, and right, Tuxie. But the thing is that like you hate making lights, so you use your lantern a lot. I don't mind making lights, but I don't need them. I don't think that you need them, so I don't ever use lights. Oh, you prefer it to be bright around you. Okay. You like the light better. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, and with fog, having a lantern doesn't help because it just makes it all You still can't see in fog with a lantern, but you can't. Fog doesn't happen very often anymore. I loved it when fog was so thick you couldn't see. I totally loved it. Again, for the same reason as I loved the Dark Nights, because it adds that sense of fear, you know, or that you're gonna get lost, and like it adds panic.
Generally, it just adds a use for lanterns / lamps.
Yeah. Well, the Dark Nights, yeah.
Is anybody truly really angry that they can't see anything in a mine right now without putting some lamps or lanterns
that
around?
that you must bring a lamp into a mine now because it's too dark to see without? Although honestly, I still don't use lamps for that either. Even though they did make mines darker, you still can see well enough not need a lamp. Like it used to be that if you didn't have a lamp and you went into the mine, you couldn't see a thing. Like there was nothing that you could see.
That's true.
You couldn't see the wall in front of you. You couldn't see which way you were going. You would turn around. You couldn't see anything. And like it forced you to be like, okay, I'm not going in there without a lamp. And you really had to like make sure that you had oil and, you know, like it caused you to think through your actions.
But atomic
I liked that.
That's not a saying it would be silly otherwise because it's underground. But isn't that the same comment for it would be silly if nighttime was bright without lamps or any kind of light system?
I think somebody mentioned earlier, I missed who it was, I think it was Nin maybe, who said that we have, oh yeah, it was Nin, saying we have 4 moons, so it makes sense that night would be a little bit bright. True. Like, in real life, I've gone out when the moon was full bright and the stars were out and it was like nice and bright and you could see around you, which is fine, but...
Like in the middle
like there's definitely...
Like nowhere?
Yeah, like in Algonquin Forest. When the moon was out, the stars were out, and you can actually see everything. It was just beautiful. There's definitely nights like that. But there's
like
definitely also nights. Yeah. But there's definitely also nights where you're out in cottage country and your eyes are wide open, but there's like no signal. Like literally nothing. Yeah. And it's like that experience is I like that experience in real life, having that. Like I'll sit there in my, a cabin or whatever, like I'm in the middle of nowhere in the middle of the night, and I'm just staring with my eyes, like I'm looking for anything that I can see, and you just see nothing.
That'd be really cool if Wurm had that ability, right? It can't just be one and done sort of thing, but have the ability if it gets cloudy like it is right now. Why isn't it darker?
Yeah. And Drogo, you're suggesting putting it on a toggle? Yeah. Although, to be honest, if it was a toggle, I still wouldn't use lanterns because I could just toggle. I use the toggle to turn the light on.
I almost feel like the environment as a gameplay feature shouldn't be toggleable.
Yeah.
If it was something that that makes you change the way that your gameplay is, should just be a feature. They got to choose one way or the other, and they chose.
Yeah, they chose. That's fine. Like I know people like putting lanterns for decoration, and they sometimes make a place look really cool, like with the colors and everything.
Yeah, all that ended up happening was that it turned lanterns and lamps into decoration items.
Decorations, yeah.
And
Brian and I are not the type to be decorators, if you haven't noticed.
Yeah,
we're not.
Unfortunately,
we don't like to do stuff particularly for the aesthetics. We'll do stuff more for the practical. And if it comes down to choosing, do I spend my time making and imping lamps and dyeing them all and making them look nice? Well, what function would that serve? And if it's no function, then we probably will spend our time elsewhere. So Katz, you're saying, who would love to see an old-fashioned brass candle holder plus candle that you can place on your table without it decaying. Yes, that would be cool.
That
Do
would be really
candles? Can you not do that though?
They decay
candles
really quickly.
Oh, they decay. Oh, is that the problem? That seems silly though for them to decay. If they can work out a dynamic nighttime lighting so it was darker on overcast night, then sure, it'd be cool, but you won't hold your breath for it. Yeah.
I do think that Wurm, I mean, we're talking about the way that Wurm is right now, and forget about darkness or light, it's not realistic. It's not practical. Like I can see, you can see so far away right now without any kind of distortion or like you could see so far away more than you should be able to see, that you don't see any depth of field that Wurm should have. Things should get a lot more lighter and less detailed the further that you go. It's not quite there yet. Wurm doesn't have that balance that it probably should.
They definitely made an improvement on it with the volumetric lighting and the distant. What do they do? I mean, I remember you were saying when they added the distant trees that it was just not so realistic.
The trees were actually
bright and they were
lighting up far away. That was the problem. And they fixed that problem.
And then they fixed it by putting the volumetric lighting that made it look like hazy in the distance, which is how it really looks in real life. If you look at if you look at images of like mountain ranges and you try to look at the trees on the mountain, you see like it's very, if you're far away, it's very fuzzy or hazy. And they definitely added that feature with the volumetric lighting.
It's definitely so much better than it used to be.
Yeah.
One thing that would be really cool, although I'm not going to hold my breath, being able to see houses and the changes to the environment that us as players do from further away. Because right now, when you're sailing on a boat, there's no like even degraded textures at all to showcase that you made any change to the land when someone is sailing by.
Yeah.
That when you're sailing, you mostly just see the environment, the trees. You'd have to get pretty close to start seeing the actual villages that you're passing.
How many openings do we, how many tiles do we need to make chain link fence for?
How wide is this place?
7.
2, 4, 6, 7. So 7.
And that's it? There's no more? Just 7?
No.
So I think I have enough then. Okay.
Let's start with 7.
Each one needs 10 bricks.
Mm-hmm.
And 6 chains. Okay, so in terms of the shells, like I was thinking on the left side. Sorry, let me come down there instead of using left and right. I can just show you. Okay, so you know how over here, there's going to be a wall here and a wall here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so the door is going to be coming in here. Like I'm going to have to come through this path here.
Yep.
And I'm looking down this way. Okay. So what I'm thinking is right where the tent is, we can have like the opening that will lead up to the shelf.
Okay. The opening.
That way, sort of like, yeah, the opening here, right where the tent is. And then Maybe 3 more tiles of shelf. And that's just
one option instead of an opening is you could have stairs. Let's think about that actually.
Okay. Yeah, so I was mentioning this as an option as well. Having stairs, and then that way we can add another staircase up to the top.
Do that.
Of course we can. Of course we can. Why not?
Think about how the way that stairs work is that you need it to be on a tile. One side of the tile is the end of the bottom of the staircase. The other side of the tile is the top of the staircase. Therefore, you need an entire tile on top of the space that you already have.
The stairs would have to go lengthwise. Hey, Buddha. Welcome. Spiral stairs. That's an option too. Like I was thinking if stairs, it would be one of these things where you'd have to like run it lengthwise with the room if you want just regular stairs. So it might be something where you walk up the stairs this way, for example, and that leads you up to the top of this tile, and then you would then you could also make another staircase that goes up to the 3rd floor from the 2nd floor, and then that way there's an access by stairs to get up there. The other option again is spiral stairs. Whoops. These hell horses, they're still aggro.
I feel like the one stair will take up less space on the bottom. I don't mind building.
You mean the spiral stair or the ones like the regular stair?
The one stair, let's say on the one side. Let's say like a left side staircase.
Yeah, left side staircase. Let's think about this. If we went this way, and that lands us on top of this tile,
which means this one
I
will
think
initially have to have a floor here.
Yeah, I think on the 2nd floor, then I would want the stairs to go the same way. Like I want you to be able to. You'd have to wrap around and go back, because I would like the idea of coming up the staircase and landing on this corner tile up above. So what I was thinking was having like a balcony section like over on this side on the 3rd floor. But on one side of it having like a little house looking structure. Anyway. I honestly wish we could move this tent. Can we push it at all? No, can't push it.
I don't believe so.
Yep. But like the GMs would move this for us, would they?
I believe so. Ooh.
Yeah, these horses. Okay, I'll start on the chain.
Does this look right?
So let me take a peek.
As far as where the openings are?
That's the floor. Yeah, so like the left staircase going up on that floor. Mayor should be able to bash it. Should.
I want to bash it.
Right. And should is the operative word there. Yeah, exactly, Socrates. I mean, we have talked about this on our segment. I have a clip of it about tents. And it does cause a lot of work for the GMs. That adds to their work of moving carts and boats and other things like that. I know, they should add something that allows deed owners to move those sorts of things. But then the problem is that you run into the problem of, let's say, a new player putting their tent down. and then somebody else has the ability to take that tent
No,
while it's down.
We have this segment already where we just talk about the ability to allow the deed owner to remove it from their deed, but still keep it in some sort of collection system where that player, if they ever come back, could recall that item into their inventory or somewhere.
Right, but that would require a huge amount of work
specifically.
Yeah,
it might require a lot of work. The other option that requires less work but does have some potential fallback from is to just allow it from the deed owner to be pushed until it gets off deed, and then it stays there and eventually rots away.
Yeah, Atomic Ant, that's what we're thinking of, like, right? Deed owner option to delete it, and then it just goes into the items, the owner's inventory.
What I was referring to, yeah.
Or make it so that you can push it as the owner of the deed to the off deed's position, at which point you wouldn't be able to move it anymore, I guess.
Eventually it would decay. But
eventually
then
it'll
run
decay.
into the issue that it decays.
Yeah.
And the person loses the item if they ever do return. So it could be abused.
Now, there was one other thing I wanted to discuss. I know it's going to be like feeling like beating the dead horse here, but
don't want to beat a horse that's already dead.
So I promise we're not going to talk about this for very long, but it's just something I wanted to bring up because it's getting a little bit out of control. Like 2 weeks ago, we had a segment on the topic of communication from the devs, at which point we were just arguing that we have noticed a definite drop off in communication about things going on in terms of the development of the game. But since then, there was something that happened, and I'm curious to know how many people noticed. We did get an update, and we got some communication, and I think it's actually kind of important about this communication.
We did.
Yeah, we did. I don't know if you noticed it. It happened on the 7th page of the roadmap thread. Anybody see that? On the 7th page of the roadmap, we got an update. Seems like an appropriate spot for an update of this magnitude. Yeah. We all now got this information that there is going to be an update before the end of the year. We're going to get an update. And we're going to get news. Wait, there's a roadmap? Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I was very excited when I saw this. I was like, see, because I'm kind of addicted to reading the forums. So I notice these things when an update happens on the 7th page of a thread that started in October 7th. So it's a 2-month-old thread, and it happened on the 7th page. The post happened on December 4th. And it says it's directly from Samuel. Yeah. And his response was somebody who had just posted before that. The person who posted said, was this roadmap for this year or was it for 2021? Now, I honestly think that person was trolling when they said that. They were just trying to point out that like, this is taking forever for anything to happen. So are we expecting this to happen now or like a year from now or what? And so Samuel's response was, it's not a roadmap for this year, but you can expect an update and some more information before the end of this year.
Okay, so let's think about this. When he says update, do you mean like an update to the game? or an update to the news, like an update to our situation.
Like,
we'll send you an update to this situation that we're in, whatever that is, before the end of the year. An update to the roadmap.
Right. I don't know. This is the problem. I don't know the answer to your questions.
Yeah,
but that's what it's.
An update to the roadmap on the 8th page of the thread. He'll just post again.
Right.
Like, I'm assuming an update to the game. This is what I'm assuming. With more information, and that information part would be an update to the roadmap or an update to what they're working on next, or what they have been working on, or something like that.
I'm pretty sure and feeling pretty confident that there's going to be a Christmas event of some kind that might involve us getting Christmas gifts, because this seems to be...
That's what they do every year. What do you mean?
Every year, like, without fail, every year there's a Christmas event with a Christmas gift.
So it's going to be a Christmas update telling us which gift/skin we will receive this year. I'm assuming a gift.
Right.
That
now
is new.
We're most likely going to receive information about that soon, considering, as Tuxie points out, that it is very soon the end of the year.
We'll get it like in a week. Probably a week.
It's the 13th right now, and Christmas is in 12 days from now.
So it could be either next Friday or the Friday after that. No, sorry, or the Monday after. Wait, how many days before Christmas do they have to tell us something is going to happen on Christmas? Should we be building our Christmas trees now?
Right.
Wait, why isn't it winter yet in the game? Is it because we don't like winter? They used to make winter like long through the holidays, you know, to get us into that spirit, allow everybody to prepare with the Christmas tree, decorate, you know, the items. It was a Christmas festival time, I remember.
Yeah. See, in Velvet Sun, I also feel like Thursday is the usual update day. However, it hasn't been in forever. It's like at some point or another, this regularly scheduled Valray International, which would come out every other Thursday or possibly every third Thursday sometimes, but it would be like on a regular schedule somewhat. All that is gone. It's like we can't expect regular communication anymore, it feels. Forest Winter turns on just before Christmas. Yeah, so
I thought the Forest was just happened earlier than that, but I mean,
Chinese New Year's in February though. Maybe they mean Chinese New Year.
Who knows these days?
I know. I feel like we're all left in the dark and left guessing now, and it seems that it hasn't been that way before, but now it kind of is. So it's becoming more normal. Buddha, we miss you. We miss you. Why? When can we expect you back?
Dude, Jensen, do you remember when they changed it to monthly updates? Maybe it was on the last. Do you think it was on the last Valray International post, maybe, that they did bi-weekly? Actually, don't remember when they changed it to a monthly update.
Even if they did change it to a monthly, it's definitely not happening monthly, right? Like, what was the last issue of Valray International? And R34! Thank you for the sub.
R34, no exceptions. Thanks so much for the sub.
Yeah, so, like, I don't think we've gotten a Valray International post for 3 or 4 months now. And the last official post we got was the roadmap post, and that was October 7th.
Okay, yeah, so they changed it to monthly updates this year.
If they change it to monthly updates this year, then they definitely have gone off that monthly schedule for sure.
Well, I mean, if there's nothing to be said, what do you want them to post, right?
Right. And this is what we were discussing last week, and I don't want to go too deeply because we spent too much time talking about this already. But even if the post was, we're still working on these things, there's nothing really big to mention. Even if it was just a post like that, I'd be perfectly happy, because what I'm feeling right now is it almost feels like the team isn't really, and I know this isn't true, but it's the feeling that it gets. It just feels like there's a lack of effort and a lack of passion, and there's a lack of motivation to keep things rolling. It makes me worried.
Christmas holidays, you just gotta loosen up, drink a few beers. Then you'll stop feeling like that.
Maybe.
And you know what? Then we will get
maybe
update. We will get our
and then
update. Maybe that update
another
will be
game
on
might...
the 8th page to a thread from October. Who cares? We'll get an update at some point this month. Is what it said.
Are we getting patches constantly though? Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah,
on Edge, because the two Shattered Compasses. But when was the last patch that we got?
It was the Halloween patch.
The Halloween event.
Out of Halloween.
Okay, so we got a Halloween. Okay, that's true. We did get the Halloween event in the end of October.
Yes.
Wait, did that add anything other than the Halloween event though? Black Friday to add the sales. Okay, yes, the Black Friday did.
Oh, Black
add
Friday
the sales.
added the sales to the.
Did that add anything to the game? At even bug fixes or anything? Is there any patches to the game or patch notes? Just browse through the. Let's see, release notes. Okay, yes. Oh, yes. There's the PvP update. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, November 9th was the last 9th. Big update.
You're right, Cats. There was that patch on November 9th. And I guess there was no Valkyrie International that went along with that. That patch just sort of came in unexpectedly. Let's see what happened there.
Approximately a patch every 2 months. That's okay. Ish.
Yeah.
And so I don't think for you it's the amount of time that they patch, it's the amount of communication that they do between the patches for you.
Yeah.
I think
even like the communication for that patch wasn't there, I'd say. Like, like it wasn't.
That's all.
I didn't really notice.
You just
any
want to go onto the forums and have like some fun.
Info.
You want, and for you, fun is just communication and information and back and forth and that sort of thing.
Here's the thing, okay, like last week we didn't stream, right? And there was good reason. Like it was my son's birthday. I took we had a whole bunch of stuff. But leading up to that, I was thinking, like, we were chatting, like, what are we going to talk about on the stream? And we couldn't come up with really anything. Like, we were struggling. Coming up with topics to talk about has been a struggle recently, I'd say. A lot of it is just repeating the same topics that we've been talking about last
many more things to cover. Because everybody wants to hear what I think about the crafting window and what I would do to demolish it.
Right. Yeah, I always look forward to the Valkyrie International. When it was weekly, that was the best. Like, I would literally be on my phone waiting for it.
wishing it was like
I loved
what
it.
it was before. He looked forward
I
to
wish
it,
it was
and
like
he
that.
just misses it. That's all.
I honestly miss it. I honestly miss it. That was like
retro.
I miss you, retro. Just any like just that information. It spurs my own passion for the game when I read these things. You know, like gets me excited about it. Even if there was nothing to report, even if it was like, okay, honestly, it's like there can't be nothing to report, you know, like, because if there was nothing to report, what that means is that zero progress has been made on anything. Okay, so if there was nothing to report, I would be worried because it would feel like they're not doing any progress. They're not actually developing the game, which that's really worrisome. So I really hope it's not that. But if they have been making progress, but that progress isn't going to come into fruition anytime soon, you know, like let's say over the past 2 months, they've been working on the combat overhaul system, let's say, but they're only about 20% in. Okay.
And or don't want to announce anything about it because they want to make it a big surprise.
And yeah, and they don't want to announce
surprise,
like the details about it.
Because big systems
Then
need
in that
big
case,
surprises, yes.
In that case, I'd say there still is something to report. That what they have to report is that they've been working on the combat overhaul system for the past 2 months, and that they've made progress on it. It's just not quite at the point where there's enough to share what progress that is, but like that's where they're at on this thing. And then the 20% gives me a sense of like when I would expect it. You know, like took, you know, they spent 2 months, 20%, so I should expect it what, in a year from now? Okay, I'd be happy if that's what I got, because then at least I have like in my mind the expectations. And I know that they can't guarantee it'll be a year from now, let's say, but you know, it's just you know how Keenan would
the
get
ETA for you. It was about the other part of that.
It's not about the ETA. Yeah, it's not about the ETA. It's just about the being felt like I'm in the loop about things, you know? They can't be ahead of schedule. The schedule was that they were going to release it with the Steam launch.
And that it was pushed.
So
it was pushed.
And it was already pushed back, so they're already behind schedule. They can't be ahead of schedule now.
And the way that we were told anyway.
What was the schedule?
Yeah. It was supposed to go in before the Steam launch. It didn't quite make it, but it was almost done. So they decided to hold it back until after the Steam launch, and that it was in such a complete state, almost a complete state, that it wouldn't take them that long and it would be the next big update sort of thing.
Yeah.
Was the message
yeah,
on
exactly,
that
Buddha.
or the post that happened before the roadmap?
Yeah, expect more info in set amount of months or whatever. Yeah, like, and what's funny is that we actually get that. We got the info that we should expect more info in X number of time. The problem is that communication happened on the 7th page of the roadmap, and all it was like is expect something before the end of the year, which, by the way, is in 2 weeks from now. So, like, if we're supposed to expect something within 2 weeks from now, and they're willing to post that information on the forums, why put it on the 7th page of a forum when instead they could say it on, like, make a new thread saying, hey, we're 2 weeks from the end of the year and we're working on this really big update. Expect big things. Like, create that hype. Get people excited. But instead, what happens is nobody knows what's going on. Nobody knows there's something to be expecting to come up, and there's no hype around it. And so, I don't know. We have no info on what the overhaul, we have no info, Buddha, that on what anything is coming, except for what's in the roadmap. So, this upcoming update that's supposed to happen at the end of the year, it could contain one item from the roadmap. It could contain many items. We have no information about what is going on there. It could contain the UI tweaks that he was talking about, but it may not. We don't know what is going to be in this update that's coming. And in fact, most people probably don't even know that there is an update coming. So and what's been happening is that these updates happen, and what they are like, for example, the Halloween update had that, just the event, and then a week or two later they had this bug fixing kind of update with the PvP changes. By the way the PvP changes and updates are happening, amazing. I love how it's happening over there, because Dark Lords would have a thread where there's a conversation with people, and he'd be like, hey, I'm thinking of updating these features. What do you guys think? Give me your feedback on these features, and let me know what your opinions are. And there's a massive discussion happening, and then Dark Lords takes that information, he does all of his changes, he releases it, and then gets another thread that asks for feedback on things, and it's like an ongoing discussion over there with awesome progress in terms of the updates. Yeah, there's PvP in this game. Yeah, exactly. It would just be nice if we got something similar on the PvE end of things. That's all I'm saying.
And that's how you don't beat a dead horse.
I know.
Right,
we're beating a dead horse. I know, honestly. Okay,
so
I'm done. Let's move on. I know that. Okay, so Defiance. Actually, I don't even know. Can we see that? What's the population on Defiance right now?
You know what? PvP has always had a much less population than the PvE servers. It's just the way that it's always been since the beginning.
There's 101 people on Defiance right now, so that's a decent chunk.
That is a decent chunk. That might be...
It's more than Melody right now.
That might be the most amount of PvP players in quite a while.
Yep, it's definitely good.
Quite a while.
For PvP, for sure. There's a lot of stuff. I mean, it's right. We're in the first few months, right? So PvP is all about building that massive base, and you'll get a lot of participation during that portion of it. You're right. Many PvP players still skill on PvE, that's for sure, in the safety of the PvE environment. But the fact that there's 101 players on the PvP server right now is a good sign. And that it might have a lot to do with the way that they're getting communicated to, right? Because they're feeling part of the process of giving feedback and having new stuff come in, and it's like they are looking at this as it's hopeful that PvP is going to get improved upon over the next little while, the way that things are going there. Again, I just wish it was the same on PvE. I wish. Okay, so Tyrannus Gaming. On Defiance, Defiance is different than any of the other past PvP places. So the way it works is that you do step through a portal similar to an epic portal, but your skills transfer. Okay, no items transfer, but your skills will transfer. So your character's still the same character, except for a few select skills. So I think it's fight skill, faith, and meditation. Those three skills go back down to 0 or 1 or whatever it is. Like they reset. So if you're a priest on PvE and you step through the portal, you are no longer a priest. Your faith gets reset to 0. Your meditation's back down and your fighting is down. And you have to re-grind those skills, but all other skills are kept, which I think is an interesting idea. I think it's a good move.
Are you carrying all the chain link?
Chains, yeah, I do have
That's
the
fine.
chains. So let me
I
put
can
some
do the
in.
rest here.
Okay. You see dark dungeons. Hey, there's dungeons. PvE needs dungeons. I mean, it depends on what you mean by dungeons, right? I definitely would be against instanced dungeons. And I'd also be against pre-generated dungeons that are entered into the world. Like, let's say, in a cave. Like, all of a sudden, a cave structure is poofed into the world by the devs, and it's already a pre-made dungeon. I'd be against that. However, I would be all for, like, points of interest that develop naturally, such as our idea of, like, goblins getting together and starting to build huts in a little goblin village, maybe with some defenses, and then the more you let them do that, the bigger the village becomes. And then at some point or another, you would need a party of people to go in and destroy the goblin village. That'd be cool. If it was somehow integrated into the world, like kind of like a natural sort of point of interest.
Yeah, talking about beating a dead horse. It is
I know.
a long-standing wish of ours for something like that to happen.
Uh-huh.
All of that, and then when you do destroy it, you get these items that are not really useful, but that you can deconstruct them into special materials that then you can then use to make special items.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, combat becomes more of a desired feature or skill.
Yeah, I'm putting a
than
bunch
it
of
currently is.
chains in the altar there. You can grab them.
Well, thank you.
Oh wait, are you doing the alt? Are you doing that? No, you're making the openings. What are you making there?
I'm done. Yeah.
Oh, you're done the openings. Okay, so it definitely would be hard to make for sure. It's
That would be hard to make, but a lot of fun.
That's a good question. Does affinities transfer over to PvP? Like if I step through the portal to
Specifically
Defiance,
on the new
do
servers?
Yeah, on the new servers. Do I keep my affinities? I think so. But I could be wrong. Speaking of which, I got a new affinity yesterday.
You did?
It's my second
I feel
gained
like I
affinity.
have no affinities.
And this one's actually useful.
Ooh.
I got body stamina.
I still have just forestry.
That was the one you started with, right?
Yep.
I mean, my other two, I started with religion, so yeah, that's not very helpful. And then I also got healing, which also is not helpful at all. But definitely really happy about getting the body stamina.
Well, that's good.
Wurmpedia says it doesn't transfer over your... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know for sure. The first affinity is different. Unsure about the one after. What do you mean by that, Zulatek? The first affinity is different? So are you talking about specifically about transferring over to PvP if you move over? So you have trapping on PvE and body stamina on PvP. Interesting. So the one you get from character creation is different when you move over to PvP. So that actually makes me think then all affinities are going to be different on PvP then. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know for sure. Right, and there is a team of people working on the Wurmpedia for sure. I think it's a group of volunteer people, right? Players. I need more bricks. Okay.
Yeah. Man, we're almost done though. Almost the entire bottom level.
And you do lose your affinities when you get killed by another player. They steal it. They get to steal one of your affinities.
So that would be one good reason why they wouldn't transfer.
Yeah. Now, Drogos, just on the topic of the Wurmpedia, we discovered not too long ago that any player can make a Wurmpedia account and make modifications to the Wurmpedia. When you're a new person, like you make a new account, you have limited abilities to modify the Wurmpedia. However, you can actually just go in and modify some of the bullet points that are on any of the Wurmpedia pages. So they definitely opened that up a lot. So we created our own Wurmpedia account and we made a couple changes.
I feel like there's a YouTube. Did you make that into a YouTube post?
Yeah, and I did make a YouTube clip showing that, so you can search for that. I definitely put Wurmpedia in the title. So yeah, Drogos, you did that. Yeah, good. Yeah, the more people we have on that, because you know, like you'll look up at the Wurmpedia and you'll say, oh, that's how it is, and then you go to test it out and you're like, that's not how it is. Like Wurmpedia is wrong, and then you complain. But of course, like you could, instead of complaining, go to the Wurmpedia and actually make the change. You know, there's a lot of outdated information there that could easily be switched up by anybody who notices. Right, exactly. Tyrannus, it's like, you're right. It's hard to trust what the Wurmpedia says simply because it's possible that the information is either outdated or hasn't been reported correctly. Right. But I mean, that's the essence of a wiki, Buddha, isn't it? The essence is that it's a collaborative document that over time is supposed to get more and more correct as more and more people try to modify it. It's definitely not so good on topics that are opinionated, that people can have different opinions on. But, you know, like, just, you know, like Wikipedia on its own is great for things like science and math and those topics that are well established and agreed upon simply for that reason. But yeah, politics and that sort of stuff, you don't really want to get information on Wikipedia. Yeah, and it's easily fixable. Exactly, yeah. It's a nice sort of system.
There we go. I think that's as far as we got on this house. Yep. We did a lot. We're good. Pretty much every single wall on the bottom, outer wall, and the fences. And then we did the floors for the second story. And then put in the plans for the second story walls.
And I kind of like how the T arches sort of turned out with the chain, the fence posts. Creates like an interesting pattern.
Yeah, definitely a nice, interesting pattern. I do like that. I do like the post going, the chain fence going through.
Right. We could put lamps to decorate them.
That's true.
Right, if you wanted to, I'm pretty sure you can go to the Wikipedia and change the US president. Yeah, well, it'll get changed back pretty quickly, though, I'm sure.
Yeah, they'll have moderators.
Yeah, and all the changes are reviewed by the wiki team. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, anyone can just delete any changes they don't like or that are just wrong. Anyway.
Yeah. Anyway, we're gonna wrap this thing up. I think.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to get going, but I think we did quite a lot of work, and I think that the second floor, if you just determine which type of walls that you want on that second floor, it'll be easy for us to build it up, get the third level up, where you can then start transferring your items to it. But I think that was good conversation, good amount of Wurm. Let's go see if there's anybody else that is streaming right now that you'd want to raid.
Yeah, let's take a peek.
Let's take a look.
We got Zulatek is streaming. Let's see. Hold on, I gotta switch my account because...
All right.
But we haven't yet had a chance to raid Zulatek. And I've been watching a lot of Zulatek over the past bit.
Let's raid Zulatek and see what he's up to. And we'll wrap it up this week. We definitely got quite a bit done on that house, probably more than I thought we would, considering where we were at the very beginning of the stream.
I know, still making our maps.
Yeah. It looks nice, and I guess now you should be able to envision just sort of your house and what it will look like when you move all of your stuff out there.
And I'm feeling really good about the level. Like, this looks pretty level as I walk out this way. It's gonna be a pretty flat bridge.
That's
like
what you're
this
feeling
and
about.
not like this.
Well, to each his own. Anyway, thank you so much, everybody, for joining. Let's go show some love for Zulatek, see what he's up to, and at least say hi before you go off. Thanks so much, everybody, for joining us this week. We'll talk to everybody soon. We'll take care.
Yep. Bye.